Live from Television City in Hollywood, it's the Grottu Orloff Show, ladies and gentlemen. Well, welcome back. All zero of you viewers out there in television land. Let's see, Matt. Yeah, all zero of you. Oh, well, there's a problem. I haven't told you how to get on the show. If by some chance you'd like to come on tonight's show, or this morning's show, is it morning? It's still morning. The last morning of my 50s. Tomorrow morning at 4:20 a.m. will be my 60th birthday. So I'm enjoying the last day of being 59. And what a glorious day. We took the two cats, two new kittens, to the vet this morning. Hard catching Callie. But anyway, so they're all, they're going to get fixed in the middle of June. They're too young for that right now. And, so what can I tell you? Nothing exciting going on. I heard from Night Tiger this morning. I won a prize from Night Tiger Comics and on YouTube, and Mike sent a package out. He just sent me the tracking number this morning. He sent me a picture that he's about to eat a dead kangaroo. Well, he's a bag of kangaroo meat he's about to eat next week. He sent me a picture of that. Kangaroo meat, man. All right. I never even thought that you could eat a kangaroo. How about that? Uh, well, so it's recording music here. I guess I need to go upstairs and organize comics. I did a show last week about movie posters, and man, it took a whole week to get 200 viewers. I don't think people out there in television land care that much about movie posters, but that's all right. I'm going to still keep showing them. Maybe the people that collect movie posters, the people that collect movie posters, they don't call them movie posters. They call it paper. When you hear them talk about paper, they're big time movie poster collectors. Because I used to hang out with movie poster collectors, and uh, that guy that was the hitchhiker in the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. He's a big time movie poster collector down in Austin, Texas. Ed Neal, and he was a friend of my friend who passed away, and so I'd be at those conventions and I'd see the big time people, the people that have posters, for King Kong and Casablanca. Those are like the people that have Action Comics #1. Which are not us. So, um, what amazing things have happened since I was last on? I don't know. Oh, there's people commenting. Again, I can't even see the comments. Let's see what these humans are saying. I am one of us. Happy Easter. Yes, indeed. August Ascetics said the same thing, and Meyer Greenblatt says, put a hashtag in the description like movie posters or poster collector, etc. Put 2 or 3 in the description. Look for reviews. Yeah, I did that. I'm pretty sure I did all of that, and it didn't work. But I thought, yeah, you know what it is. Honestly, the video was shorter. It was people don't like. My viewers are different from most of the YouTube viewers. If I do a video that's less than 2 hours, people tend to think, well, that's not going to be of any consequence. Why even watch that? It's completely counterintuitive to the way they teach you that you're supposed to be as a big time YouTube influencer. But you know, no one I think is in my tree. It really must be high or low, right? I mean, I can't, you think that you can't tune in to this show. I mean, I guess it's all right. It's not too bad, right? Uh, Listening to the music from Savage Sisters. That's another thing you can collect is movie soundtrack music. Nobody talks about that on YouTube, at least not the people I subscribe to. Well, today I got out my movie projector on wheels here, and I tried to hang a shower curtain from this, try to turn this into a theater. It just didn't work. I think the projector says iris not working. So I probably need a new projector, and I probably need a screen. Then I can think about it being a movie theater. What are these dummies saying in the chat? Uh, Meyer says, "Oh well, August Ascetic. The only posters I got were the Star Trek posters I bought in the early '70s. They were part of a poster book, so the posters were folded." Oh yeah, I remember those things. Yeah, well, when I was in elementary school, fourth grade, my brother, older brother, who was in college, bought me a poster for Young Frankenstein, which I still have upstairs. I'll probably show it to you in a minute. And but then in 1984, I met uh, a bunch of people in college that were interesting people, and one of them was a big-time movie poster collector. He's since passed away, but he had been collecting posters since he was a little kid. And he went in Dallas. There was a place called Duncan Posters. Duncan Poster. It was a poster exchange where the posters, I guess, were distributed to movie theaters, but they also sold them. And then there was back then some of the there was a comic store in Fort Worth called Tanner Miles, and it had comics, but it was really more posters than comics. Uh, Posters seem to be a bigger deal to the baby boomer generation, I think. The hippie generation. They would always deck out their pads with posters, and the posters to concerts and rock festivals were collected by those hippies. They may be their only earthly possessions, that they carried from one hovel to the other, and they still have them to this day. Um, well, what is this? Okay. Um, John Goris. Local mom and pop video stores would often have giveaway posters, sometimes the actual one sheets. Yeah, yeah, what I was collecting, although I don't even know how to go about it today without eBay, movie posters. You, they, yeah. What am I even talking about? Movie posters. Movie posters, yeah. There used to be places that dealt in them. Oh, there was a place called Hollywood. No, that Hollywood Book and Poster was a big one in Los Angeles, but in Dallas there was one called Stage and Screen Gallery. It was run by a guy named Guy Steele, and Guy Steele could be watching, because I'm friends with him on Facebook. But I remember he had a poster store, and I was with my friend Tom in Dallas, and he says, well, "There's a new poster store." We went in there, and it turned out to be Guy Steele. He knew Guy Steele from a previous store he ran, and so this guy obviously had this guy. This guy named Guy. He changed his name to Guy Steele. I don't know what his real name was, but yeah, his name was Guy Steele, and he ran a comic store and poster store. But it was really more posters. There were a bunch of poster stores back. Did people collect posters more in the 80s? I don't even know what people collect anymore. I had a, what did you call it, existential experience. I was at an airport. I was supposed to be at the airport in about half an hour, but I wound up in the airport for 9 hours waiting for my wife to arrive. And it was surreal because the music playing in this airport was the music from high school, but it was the music, it was the early MTV music. It was well, the Ramones weren't played on MTV that much, but they did play the Ramones, but it was all of that, like Bow Wow Wow, I Want Candy, and the Go-Go's, all this stuff I remember from about 81, 82. Um, Stuff that you'd never hear anymore. And it's playing on the airport through all the speakers in the airport. And it was weird. And then I realized, okay, well, that's now old people music. It's the music from the early 80s. And it was really good. And I guess I didn't realize there was a lot of promise in the air then. It seemed like when MTV started, not everyone would make music videos. A lot of the older guys, they thought that's beneath me to make a music video. So they weren't making music videos. People like Bruce Springsteen. Eventually he made music videos, but it took him years. I don't think he made a video until that Born in the USA piece of crap was released. It was more of the smaller bands from England would make the music videos, and since they had videos, they were played on MTV, and then these bands that probably wouldn't have gotten exposure in the United States became popular, and it was just there was kind of an excitement in the air where you thought that culture was going to change and get better in the earliest part of the 80s. In 81, there was a bunch of great movies coming out. It's almost like you couldn't go to a bad movie. It's like all the movies were great and original, and a lot of them weren't sequels, and they were new and unique ideas. You know, even big corporate movies, Poltergeist, Gremlins, it was Star Trek 2. Yeah, it was a sequel, but it was great. And there was this excitement in the air ever since Star Wars came out. Empire Strikes Back was great. Return of the Jedi came out, and it was like, oh, well, it's still really good, but it's a little bit of a disappointment. I mean, why did they use the Death Star again? Why didn't they do something new? And these little Ewoks, oh man, yeah, they could have come up with some better. But I liked it. But it was a little disappointing after waiting for, 6 years. Uh, but then, as I got out of high school and got into college, I was studying, and I didn't really realize that everything was starting to suck into the 80s. Summer of 84, the sequels, Raiders of the Lost Ark, that was a great. Then the sequel came out, it wasn't as good. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, and yeah, it's just things are. Oh, that's what happened. They started pushing this breakdancing stuff, and hip hop and rap started to come in, and all that promise of that great new music just kind of went away, I think. And then I was enjoying comics, and then middle of the 80s, all that let's have our direct distributed comics be really depressing and violent, and let's just kill off the whole DC multiverse, and let's get rid of the Justice League and make it like an episode of Friends. Yeah, it seemed like everything: comics, music, movies, and it never got better. Occasionally there'd be a glimpse of something that would come along, and it would be like, wow, you know, people laugh at them, but the Spice Girls, I think that might actually be something. That's kind of, the music's not bad. That's actually an interesting phenomenon. And but then nothing ever lasted long, and things got worse and worse. And but now I think things are getting better. I don't know if they are music. Movie wise, well, they're all through the 80s and 90s. There was still good music, but you had to really search for it underground and hang out with people that knew where to go and which places to go to hear the good music and where to seek out those albums or those CDs, the really good music. And there were still good comics being made. Plus, there were all those great comics from the Bronze Age and Silver Age and Golden Age if we could afford it. What am I even recording, man? What is this? Okay, what? I'm sorry, it's been an exhausting morning. What, are people talking to me? Let me see here. Meyer says, try adding a bracketed description after the title, like movie poster collection, intense. My movie poster is haunted. Yeah, probably haunted would work. Oh, Gotham City Comics. Problem with poster collecting is you run out of room unless you store them in a flat file. Um, yeah, I was watching. I wonder if I could find it. I stumbled on this guy that had a. He was bragging about his movie poster collection. I guess because I did that movie poster show last week, I I was recommended all these movie posts and MTV, whatever this is. YouTube sent out recommendations because someone said I'm glad I got this recommendation for this movie. So YouTube was sending out recommendations to movie poster people. But anyway, I stumbled on this guy that had a movie poster collection. He had a lot of really good posters. He had them stored. Like I was talking to Kevin at Gotham City about this, and there are there are boards and bags for movie posters. They're but you have to. They're for movie. These stores used to sell movie posters. You'd be able to browse through them, and and uh, and there'd be a poster on either side of this piece of cardboard, and there'd be a bag. I don't know where you buy them. I used to buy them at Remember When poster shop, comic and poster shop, and this guy had tons of posters, and he was able to flip through them. And the guy had a movie theater in his basement, and he had all these cool posters, and he had all these masks, and he had all this really cool stuff. And then he had all these toys, and it's like, wow, this guy's great. And then all of a sudden, has all this horrible shit, all this Star Wars stuff from the 90s. And I realized this guy buys everything. This, this guy lured me in with the cool stuff. And then I realized, uh, I don't know. He might be able to be a friend of mine if, but I'd have to make fun of him a little bit. But it's all right. But anyway, that's another thing. While I was in this airport, I would hear this music playing, and I'd say, "Oh yeah, I remember Marshall Crenshaw." And then I'd say, "What the heck happened to him?" He was like this guy that was this neo Buddy Holly. He was like, they even had him play Buddy Holly in the La Bamba movie, and I thought, what happened to him? I mean, he's still alive. And then I would look up these people that they had all this promise in the early 80s, and then it's like, what happened to them? Well, he had a few albums, and I guess by the mid 80s, his record label must have lost interest in him. It seems like that's. But I was spending 9 hours. I was talking to Meyer on the phone, and someone was telling me, old people, when they're miming phone, they do this because that's what a phone is like to them. But young people, they don't think of a phone like that. They think of it something they hold in front of them. So anyway, I was talking to him on the phone while I was waiting for my wife at the airport. This is 2 weeks ago, and I was looking up these artists that I would hear one after the other. Like, why did they disappear? Why aren't they still around now? And I was finding out, Marshall Crenshaw played John Lennon in Beatlemania in England. Then he had to. Then what happened to that guy? What happened to this one? You know, it's interesting. When you have a lot of time on your hands and you hear some music, you figure, what happened to them? Interesting. Today, um, oh, they played the Stray Cats. That was great music in the early 80s. I thought they were. I mean, now it's not that shocking to see people covered, they're full armed, full sleeves of tattoos, but it was still kind of strange back in the early 80s. And usually you would think someone covered in tattoos would be some big brawny guy, but some little thin wisp of a guy with giant uh, rockabilly, but ridiculously high rockabilly hair covered in tattoos just seemed kind of strange. But I looked up Brian Setzer. He's mid 70s now. But you just like, what happened to everybody, man? The other day I was listening to a radio station, and a song by them came on, right? So I thought, well, Van Morrison, I hear he's got an album that came out a couple of years ago where he's completely, how do I phrase it? He's hated by the hippies. Well, there's no hippies now. The people that were hippies that now are avid followers of the government that do everything they're told. It's kind of funny how that a lot of people in that generation are now completely non-rebels. But anyway, Van Morrison is one of the guys that realizes that Fauci is a criminal, and he does songs like "Why Are You on Facebook?" and it's just like, what happened to all the rebels? Um, and they don't like that. They want to be, you know, the people that tell you to follow what the government tells you to do. Mick Jagger, even Dolly Parton, man, changed Jolene to vaccine, 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 vaccine. This morning I had a revelation, man. You know that Strawberry Fields Forever, the Beatles song, is cobbled together from three or four different recordings of the song. Like right in the middle of a line, they'll cut to a different take that was at a different pace, and everything, and it makes these jarring changes. Like you're under the influence a little bit. Yeah. But I heard the very first take of Strawberry Fields Forever. It's on YouTube. It's from one of those anthology records, and man, that's it's something else to hear it just kind of without all the fanciness. It's just a demo of him singing. Oh, that was something. Sometimes it takes hearing other takes or alternate versions of songs that you've heard millions of times, then you realize, damn, how great that really is. Well, I've been dreading this day, not because it's the last day of my 50s, because I didn't want to take the two little kittens to the vet, because I thought, look, putting them up in little carriers, I don't want them to think we're getting rid of them, because the last time they were in a carrier, well, they were taken away from their mother, right? Well, actually, Ambrose, I took him to the vet. I just wasn't able to catch Callie that day a few weeks ago. Now I got both of them there, and they're all that stuff. All is well. They're back home. All that stuff. So I don't even know what the hell. Okay, so what are these people talking about in the chat? Oh, I missed out on some of the comments, man. I see Meyer saying thanks, man, but I don't know what he's saying thanks to because that comment doesn't show up. I'm sorry, I'm not. Pauline Dell says, still a rebel here. Uh, I'm one of us, says hi to Meyer. Uh, Meyer says, glad it got through some art loving postal worker. Oh, oh, okay. I see. Meyer must have gotten a postcard from John Gores. He's saying, glad it got through, though some art loving postal worker might have taken a liking to it before it arrived. Yeah, that was something I needed to talk about. Oh, man. I can't. What is going on with this stupid? King Dinosaur says, rebels to the grave. I am one of us says, happy birthday. Thank you to I am one of us. Okay, well, I got a postcard from John Gores, man, a birthday card, and it's an amazing painting. Um, it says postage due on it, 17 cents. John told me a while back that I should send him some money or some stamps, not money, but stamps. And then he'd send me postcards all the time. And I just never can remember or get to the post office. I just can't remember things, honestly. But anyway, he sent this postcard and I need to show it to you guys because it's stupendous. Okay. It says, go ahead, sing that Barf Day song. And it's a painting of the blind dead. Look at that. And then the other side, look at that. He's saying, it's around that time, you know what to do. And then around my address, it says postage due 17 cents. I don't know what, they already delivered it to me, so I don't know how they expect me to get their 17 cents. I guess I could go to the, oh, I'll show you a birthday present I got. In fact, I need to unbox it. It's from Hollywood to Heaven. This is from my wife. The lost and safe films of the Ormond family. Now, last birthday, my wife thought she ordered this, but she actually ordered the book that goes with this, which of course I want. And I remember last year, Dr. Phibes was still around. Not the Vincent Price character, but Dr. Phibes was a friend that appeared on YouTube and then disappeared. But it's all right. He had just gotten this set himself back then. Well, it took me a year, but I finally got it. Do you know about June and Ron Ormond in their films? Uh, they made movies like Please Don't Touch Me and The Exotic Ones, and and uh, and then they made all these religious films too. So that played in churches, you know. So their films are quite amazing, and someone has put together this. Well, it's a limited edition. It's actually not that limited. This is 5,441 of 6,000. 6,000. That's really a lot. 6,000. There's not really a six. It's going to be hard to find 6,000 people on the planet Earth that are into this. Anyway, this part comes off, and it's a whole little library of their films. Let's take a look at it, shall we? I didn't. This first one, it's got 3 movies on it. The Blu-ray. This is a Blu-ray. Untamed Mistress, Please Don't Touch Me, and White Lightning Road. Uh, Now, I don't know if you can see next to the, see that poster over there with the gorilla over the woman? That's a poster for Untamed Mistress. I'd forgotten that they made that movie. That's great. Now I can watch the movie. And then they've got the poster for White Lightning Road on the inside. See, this is the type posters that you collect, is posters for movies like this. So this one shows the poster for the exotic ones. Now, this caveman character is played by Sleepy LaBeef, who's a rockabilly guy in the 50s. Well, he plays this caveman in this movie. It's about a like a nightclub in New Orleans, and they've got all these dancing girls, and this caveman monster attacks. There's a great scene where he rips the guy's arm off and beats the man to death with his own arm in the movie The Exotic Ones. Uh, and then it's got a girl from Tobacco Row. It's from the 60s, you know, when the Nashville teens had that song Tobacco Road. This one's got 40 Acre Feud, The Girl from Tobacco Row, and The Exotic Ones. Now, obviously, they're catering to a drive in movie theater crowd in the South. with the movies like this. That's who they're. Now, this next one, what? Blood will flow like water. A dynamic motion picture, the frightening prophecy of a doomed America. This one's called If Footmen Tire You, What Would Horses Do? It's produced by the Ormond organization, Nashville, Tennessee. Anyway, this is a prediction of what the United States would be like after it's taken over by the communists, and they execute people in the street. And this guy, Estes Perkel, here Estes Perkel, he preaches, and then there's this movie. It's just like they're cutting people's heads off and all kinds of stuff. And then this is another one called The Burning Hell, and this actually played in churches too. See, what they did is they're using exploitation techniques of getting people into the church. Looks like a horror movie. You'd probably go to church too if you'd see you saw a poster look like that. But they knew, okay, we'll get them into the church with this, and then we'll preach to them. Look at that, 20,000 degrees Fahrenheit and not a drop of water. Why do they use 20,000? Because 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea was a movie. Uh, Oh, and then I've seen those, but I've never seen the Believer's Heaven. So far we've got 9 movies here. Um, uh, yeah, it's just kind of like at Halloween. They have the haunted houses at churches to bring people in. Uh, what are these people saying here? Uh, King Dinosaur told me Happy Easter. I can't click on all these show tunes or whatever this is called. StreamYard, it makes it real hard to click on them. It really does if you're using a phone. Happy Easter, August Aesthetic. Happy Easter. I am one of us. I was born in 1963. Well, you're an old son of a bitch, man. Happy King Dinosaur says Happy Easter. Myra Greenblatt, put a hashtag in the description, like hashtag movie. Okay, I already saw those. Oh, I never saw. I thought I did. They're making it so okay. Now they're showing me the old comments. Myra Greenblatt, cruel to be kind. Yeah, that was. Yeah, all those songs, man. Cruel to be kind is a good song. I like the phone mime with the thumb and pinky finger held to the head. That should be brought back, says John Goris. Myra agrees with John. Hey, I got your postcard yesterday and it's brilliant. Revenge from Planet Ape. You need to send us a picture of that, Meyer. Okay, now I can see the old comments. I couldn't before. John, tattoos usually are used to actually mean something. Sorry, tattoos used to actually mean something. It meant you were a convict, sailor, carny, etc. Yeah. Now it means you're just a normal person. The mailman wants his 17 cents. He's going to repo all your worldly possessions so you don't cough up ASAP, probably. Oh my gosh. Paulo, it's your birthday? Then happy birthday. Well, Paulo, no, it's tomorrow. I'm going to go on, I'm going to get up super early and be live when I turn 60 because I found my birth certificate a few years back and realized I was born at 4:20 a.m. on 4:20. So Paulo says, what's shaking, guys? I'm in between meals. Man, there's nothing shaking but the leaves on the trees here, man. Meyer says, those bastards. Okay, those bastards. I don't know who he's referring to, but I'm sure they are indeed bastards. This is another one of all religious films. Wow, wow, look at that poster. They have great marketing. Look at that. I would, that even looks Star Wars like the second coming. Man, I got to get my wife downstairs to watch these movies. This one's got 39 stripes. It's about the second coming and the sacred symbol. So I've only seen a fraction of these movies. I've seen Burning Hell and A Foot in Time. These are movies. Oh, is that it? That's it, and then the rest is a booklet. Um, there's the Untamed Mistress. It's just their, it's part one, the vaudeville Western exploitation years. So my wife just got this from Amazon for me. This was some big deal a couple of years ago. It came out from some foreigners in England or something. They put out somewhere in foreign land. Because people over there appreciate our culture more than we do. What is this? Oh, now they not then they give us a little book, and then they also give me a little. These are a little poster collection. I think they've got. How do you get this stupid? I guess I'll just take this. I'm just going to tear the seal. Seventh seal. If footmen tire you, what will horses do? Look at this, man. This guy's shirt says Christian. Then that guy, the blonde hair alcoholic drank. The guy back there says TV, fashion, and dance. Uh, there's the poster for the Grim Reaper. How about that? Oh, look, a little miniature version of the poster on my wall. Untamed Mistress. Ooh, this would be a nice poster to have. 40 Acre Feud. It's obviously a hillbilly movie. Oh man, look, this is great. It's got music from Ferlin Husky, Minnie Pearl, Ray Price, George Jones, Loretta Lynn, Roy Drusky, Skeeter Davis, Bill Anderson, Willis Brothers, Hugh X. Lewis, and Del Reeves, and many, many more. That was always the way to sell country music, movies, and TV shows, is to play up the hillbilly angle. Witness the hee haw. And Believers Heaven, that one's a little bit more of a tasteful poster. Yeah, how about that, man? So that's my birthday present, and that, and all that stuff I got from Mike, and who's now, I haven't heard from him, but I assume he's in Thailand now. I heard from him on, must have been Sunday. He called Sunday afternoon. He called, yeah, and he left Tuesday. He's going to leave Tuesday for Thailand. Uh, so I was, yeah, probably just spent $199 at the vet, but I got a lot of cool stuff for my birthday. This is a great birthday. Just yeah, had an early birthday, but this stuff's like this goes. This is in the wrong order. Oh boy. So what are you guys doing, man? Nothing. Well, yesterday was Superman Day. It was the 70 something birthday of or anniversary of the release of Action Comics #1. So, no. Let's see what's going on here. August aesthetic. Poster I'm trying to get is from the film Chain for Life, which featured actual Siamese twins joined at the hip. Violet and Daisy Hilton, who also appeared in Todd Browning's Freaks. Okay. Yeah, that would be a cool poster to have. Is it have you looked on eBay? What does King Dinosaur say? I'm purging my comic book collection while listening to your stream. How are you doing that, King Dinosaur? What are you purging? I'm very interested in actually. That's interesting to me. By purging means you're selling it off or you're yeah. Sometimes you pick up stuff from too many dollar bins and it's just like, why do I own this? It just makes my collection look like trash. Uh, uh, that's interesting. What? What's going on, man? Um, I know you meant Todd Browning. Yeah, I knew it. That's why I said Todd Browning. Uh, yeah, yeah. Anyway, who cares? Uh, well, I've got a frame that I need to put something into it, and shit, I'm gonna go find something. Wow. Oh, it's almost 1 o'clock p.m., man. What do you think, Drew? I have this frame I got at Walmart. See if I've got anything frameable around here. Got tons of lobby cards upstairs. There. Here's an advertisement for a Halloween episode of the Hypnotic Eye. Joe Riley drew. What the fuck? What size would that be? Yeah, I've got some of the original flyers from that show. Let's go to the basement for a little bit. We never go down there. Who knows what we'll find down there? Okay. Oh, the stereo's on. This mask fell off the wall. Okay. Where should I put this? Here's another flyer for the Hypnotic Eye. And another one. Maybe I should put that with the other. Oh man, I found something pretty quick that time. It's not real. It's a fake Godzilla lobby card. Let's see. Yeah, that's a possibility I could use for that frame. Yeah, it's an Alfred E. Neumann portrait. Wow. This poster, La Casa de la Muerte, look at that. It's stolen right from a Marvel magazine. I think this is too big. Let's see. If it isn't, we're framing this right now. Yeah, these Mexican lobby cards are too big. Uh-huh. Yeah, the Mexican lobby cards are too large. There's a poster for Mike McCarthy's Damselgus when I played in Dallas. I have these wanted posters from when I was a kid from Tops. Wanted for aggravated assault. Father, I got two of the father ones. All kinds of things. Big Brother. These are actually from the 60s. They were reprinted in the 70s when I was buying them. That's why the older brother's so anachronistically 60s. Well, I'll put the Godzilla thing in here until I can find. I've got real lobby cards upstairs. Well, tomorrow's Easter, so I probably won't. Ah, that's the wrong way. God dang. All right, we got a framed Godzilla lobby card. It looks real. Fool people that aren't too smart into thinking it's real. And then I can. Oh, someone's trying to come on. Who could this be? Gotham City.
Hey,
Hey,
what's up?
not much.
Just bagging and boarding.
The new books for next week or what?
No, I got to do an order. One of my subscription guys, he lives in, I think, Tennessee now.
Oh, okay. He used to live locally.
Yeah,
What does he buy? What kind of stuff?
he buys some cool stuff like Conan and Geiger stuff.
Stuff that I get.
A lot of the same stuff.
Oh, well, that's good. For those of you out there that don't know it, on Wednesday of next week, there's a facsimile coming out of Brave and the Bold number 60 with the second appearance of the Teen Titans.
Yeah, Meyer put
And
one in his box.
then you say there's one coming out of it's a Brave and the Bold right around that same number with the first Metamorpho, right? It's coming out soon.
Should be because I think that was last week's orders I put in.
Oh, okay. And they released a picture of what Metamorpho looks like from the waist up on that was
I saw it
released
too.
yesterday.
People were complaining about it, and then I was reading the comments, and they were. It's like the people that like Snyderverse stuff. There's the people that are complaining.
Yeah,
They don't like James Gunn.
yeah, they're going to complain about anything. James Snyder never tried to use Metam. What were they complaining about?
Probably that because they've never even seen a comic with him in it, and they don't even know what he's supposed to look like.
Right, and they're the same people that bitch about the why is Superman wearing underwear? He's never worn underwear before. That's ridiculous. Because all they've ever seen is a couple of movies. Yeah. To me, Superman doesn't look right without the red underwear, but to them, it's just something they can't get past. So, they just you have to see. You know, I listen to the videos where people complain. And some of them are more valid than others. I tend to people that are like right around my age, like Chris Gore from Film Threat. When he complains about something, it tends to be for reasons I understand. Like he was griping about Reed Richards having a mustache, and that it does look kind of strange. And he was talking about how Reed Richards is kind of like not real confident, and it's like, yeah, we'll protect you, but he looks real nervous, and uh, yeah, that's all true. I don't have problems with Sue Storm being a confident woman, but uh, there's some weird things like there was a lot of people getting on about Johnny Storm has always been depicted as this devil may care guy that sleeps with all the girls, and now they're making him more sensitive. And I'm thinking, what the hell are they even talking about? They're going by probably the movie that Chris Evans or whatever his name is that played Captain America portrayed Johnny Storm maybe like that, but that's not the way I remember Johnny Storm. I just remember him as being a teenager that's impulsive and likes to play practical jokes on the thing and is hung up on crystal and builds hot rods. He's like a hot rodder. I don't remember him being depicted as this guy. That's from those movies. So I mean, maybe he had a lot of girls running around, but I didn't get the impression he was like. That's never what I got out of those movies or out of that comic. But then I never read. I just read the '60s and '70s stuff, and then I enjoyed the John Byrne stuff for a while until I realized, well, I don't know, man. He started when John. Well, that is something John Byrne put in with Johnny Storm sleeping with Crystal. That was about when I realized I can't. And then people tell me, well, that turns out that Crystal was actually a scroll, so he didn't really sleep with Ben Grimm's girlfriend. And it's like, it doesn't matter. He thought it was her. So I reject all of that. I don't accept it as the Fantastic Four. I'm sorry, it may be well drawn, but I just accept the Jack Kirby stuff and into the '70s a little bit. That's just the way, and I rebuke the rest of it. Did you see this guy? There's a video online of this guy. Well, the newspapers reported it as a community organizer uh, was praying and he was uh, killed by police while he was praying. This is how the media is reporting it. But if you watch the video of it actually happening, this guy has rolled his car over, right? So the police come up to help him. He's his car is upside down, and he's walking along by the road. And police say, "Can we help you?" And the guy comes up, says, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." And then he starts punching the cop in the face. And the policeman tries to fight back. Holy smoke! I better put you on a. I better get your screen bigger. Anyway, then this guy winds up stealing the policeman's car, and for like 15 minutes, he's roaring down the street, shouting about Jesus and pray until they finally knock his car in a pit maneuver, and it is so he rolls another car, and it's insane, man. Uh, and then they wind up shooting him. Okay. Okay, what's going on? What are we looking at here? Okay, I haven't done any videos in a while, so you have to explain all your new stuff at the store.
I got this little glass jar. Look, it has a hook inside the dome,
Yeah,
so you can hook a. I guess these are made for shrunken heads.
perfect. I think they probably aren't, but they might as well be for us.
And then this one's made for skulls.
Yeah, looks like he's having a good time laughing.
Yeah, he has a movable jaw, so I opened his
Oh
mouth.
yeah,
Then what else is new? Oh, these lights are new.
oh yeah.
My eyes already are getting better.
Oh good. King Dinosaur says I'm pulling out stuff I'm not interested in anymore, or stuff that's given to me because I'm the comic book guy. Ha ha. Yeah. Okay, how do I get to the next one? Okay. I'll offer them to friends first, then take the rest from the comic shop and just dump them, probably. So it's nothing interesting, is what he's saying.
This arm
Uh,
broke.
yeah, you were telling me, but you haven't told them yet.
It snapped in the middle of the night, and my Metaluna mutant was laying on the floor.
Oh man.
That happens to all of us. Meyer says, I watched a later episode of The Eye the other night. Earlier episodes were better in my.
Oh, and it fell on my Hogan mask and broke it.
Yeah, you know what, Ken? Hey, you know how the intro used to be better towards the end? I feel like towards the end of the run, like there was this guy that was the straight man, and he was like some lackey, completely unfunny and unable to even deliver the lines. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Well, what happened is, uh, I don't.
Anyway, yeah, we don't have to
Those
go
are
on.
episodes that I wasn't involved in. So
I know.
what you're noticing is the lack of my presence there, and I don't
I
want
know.
to knock them, but that was when. Well, yeah, it's yeah, because
It's noticeable.
yeah,
It
well,
scared my
the
electrician twice.
What happened?
the one that is the one that
The
is the
electrician
most
got scared
me.
twice because of this.
What is that?
The electrician got scared twice.
Oh,
No
episode
kidding.
2 is the one that is like my. It's all me. Okay. Uh,
It looks like you have like a gimp in the store, kind of like from a certain angle or something. It's pretty creepy.
August decided we're talking about a public access show in Dallas called the Hypnotic Eye that I worked on the first, I don't know, 5, 6 episodes, but after that, um,
Here's that
he was
postcard,
really
John.
into Larry Buchanan movies, and sometimes Larry Buchanan movies are kind of unwatchable, and he would show long clips from 'em. August says also used to have the fanzine Star Studded Comics, which was published by a collector, Buddy
Already
Saunders. He used to
done.
run a comic shop in Texas, if I'm not
The
mistaken.
work's already
Yeah,
done.
yeah, August Ascetic. Buddy Saunders, yeah, that was my local comic store. I used to buy comics directly from Buddy Saunders. He was a nice guy. But Lone Star Comics was sold, and it's now an online business called mycomicshop.com. But yeah, he was part of the Texas trio. Yeah, I know all about that because that was where I lived. Yeah, Buddy Saunders ran Lone Star Comics, and he did little amateur comics, and he even wrote for a few stories for Creepy and Eerie. But
Hey, Ken, in Big and Me, and you please see the postcard that John sent me.
okay, let me see this. Okay,
Look at this.
this was sent to you, and I can't tell what. It's a human being shot by a gorilla.
Yes, a gorilla he's in kind of like a hooded robe that's ripped up, and he has an Uzi, and
Oh, I know what he's doing. But is
maybe
that
it's a
like?
Mac 10. It's hard to tell. It looks more. It could be a Mac 10. But he's shooting this woman, and then this from behind. And this woman's very perfectly drawn, and she looks really detailed. And then the blood spatter. Again, he's using some form. I don't even know if I'm using the right word, but it's a decoupage. I think it's pieces of paper glued on top of other pieces of paper to add depth and dimension to the piece. So like her guts right here are little squares of red paper that are glued onto there. And then the muzzle flash from the submachine gun is also little pieces of paper glued onto it to give it depth.
So this is because we found out that one of the Blind Dead movies was they tried to fool people into thinking it was an episode of Planet of the Apes, right? Is that must be what's inspired him to do this? But my God, John sitting that through the mail.
It's absolutely brilliant. It's super highly detailed. The there is texture to the masonry, or this kind of like this tunnel that the ape is coming out of, and then you've got
that's great.
down here on the ground. Her toes are detailed, and the dirt and the weeds and the dried stuff on the ground. It's brilliant.
So how
Very
many
well.
postal employees got to view this artistic masterpiece?
Well, that's funny. I mean, that's what John said in his comment. He's like, he's glad that it made it here, and that some discerning art fan in the postal service didn't snatch this for themselves.
Yeah, it's
Look at the
I
detail.
I think I would have sealed that in an envelope personally.
It's absolutely beautiful.
My gosh.
Classic, pure John Gorish, just right through the mail, a homemade, original piece of art sent like a postcard.
Yeah, it's yeah. Yeah, that's worth framing. The one he sent me, did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it earlier. It's great. It's amazing. The birthday
Yeah, he
one.
must have been in a real creative mood when he was doing those. Whew, darn. Oh, it's Easter. I got to put this Easter bunny out. Easter bunny. My goodness. I thought I found my sunglasses, but I was wrong. Damn it. Turned out I found these. I've been missing my sunglasses for about 5 days now.
Nice.
Man. Well, I got to get more cat treats. I get more cat treats when I go get dinner. Whew. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What episode were you watching of the Hypnotic Eye?
I don't remember the episode number. I'd have to look back to to find it.
Was
It
it
was,
some guy with a little bunny rabbit puppet or something?
yeah, it was really forgettable. I can't even remember what the puppet looked like, and the delivery was bad, and the writing wasn't as good. Like the intro, even but I don't remember what it was. I could look through my history and try and find it, but
Yeah. Is
yeah,
that
it just
stuff still
came.
on YouTube, or do you have to
Yeah,
go
it
to?
was YouTube, and it just came through the algorithm. You know how it
Yeah.
just recommended it to me, and I was like, oh, I clicked on it. It was like the first time I had seen a later episode. You know, it was a shorter. It felt like it was shorter too. It was a shorter episode as well, I think. But I
Yeah.
mean, the show is pretty good. It was the interstitials that weren't as good, because that's kind of what makes the show. You know what I mean? It's sure the clips are great and the editing can be funny and it's cool, but this one was just not as good. Yeah.
Yeah. Well. How about that female Silver Surfer? That's all everyone's talking about. It's just so great. What a brilliant idea. Let's see.
Say again, what? I didn't hear you.
The
Female what?
female Silver Surfer.
Yeah, it looked terrible. It didn't look good to me. Do you think that the what's his name, Pedro Pascal? Do you think that he looks worse without a mustache? I mean, is that why they didn't just simply ask him to shave his mustache so that he would at least appear more recognizable and relatable to the original character that he's portraying? Unless he's not portraying him, it's some sort of Elseworlds story.
Well,
That's the cope that I hear everybody throwing out there. But I'm not interested in any of it.
well, man, if that thing comes to the little theater on the town square, I'll go see it, because the Fantastic Four, I have said that was my favorite comic. Uh, but I, I don't know it. Who is the actor that has like a hair lip or something? And if he doesn't have the mustache, you see it. There's some actor
Joaquin
where,
Phoenix?
huh?
Joaquin Phoenix is the main one that I can think of, but I don't know.
Really? Does he have a?
Oh yeah, he's got a
There's
real recognizable
Well,
hair
there's
lip.
somebody that looks real weird without it. I can't remember, like someone from the '60s, maybe.
Stacy Keach.
Stacy Keach, that's the guy. I was trying to think, was it Charles Bronson? But no, it's Stacy Keach without his mustache. Yeah, is that a hair lip? I didn't even know what a hair lip is.
Yeah, it's a cleft palate.
Cleft
That's
palate.
been
That's what I'm
repaired.
trying to think
The
of. Yeah,
cleft palate that was repaired usually about 2 years old, or as
yeah.
an infant.
Stacy
Usually as a
Keach.
toddler. They usually wait, I think.
Uh,
Till you're about 2, I think.
yeah, I don't know. Pedro Pascal. I didn't even know who this guy is. Apparently, he was the
You haven't seen him before?
Mandalorian.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't.
been in a lot of stuff. Been a lot. He's
Uh,
popular.
I think he just likes to have a mustache, and they just don't ask him to. It's just, I don't know. It makes no sense. Uh, yeah, I don't really know what they're going for with it. There's weird decisions made all around. Some of the decision, I mean, yeah, I thought it all should have been. Uh, I always thought the Fantastic Four movie should be set in the '60s. I mean, they're doing that. But I also thought Spider-Man and every other Marvel superhero movie should have been set in the '60s. I thought it all should have been set then, because that's, to me, the time period of the Marvel superheroes. I didn't even think they fit comfortably in the '70s. I With bell bottoms and stuff. I think that's the time period. That's when it's like you know. I don't know. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, at least they're getting that right a little bit. From the newest trailer that they showed us, the world that they're in looks like it's supposed to be some sort of a 60s world. I like that. And then what you were saying earlier about Johnny Storm that, that people are talking about and that you're noticing and from the trailer or who, anyway, what became of Johnny Storm or something. So Johnny Storm from the beginning is a flawed character. He's just as flawed as Ben. That's why they argue all the time. And what I remember most from the family of four, the thing that sticks out the most is the two of them arguing all of the time. And
right.
it's not just like bickering and pranks. They're like actually like trying to physically harm each other and emotionally harm each other. And they're lashing out at each other, right? And
Yeah.
they have both they have these deep flaws in both of them that have been affected by their transformation, by the superpowers, and it's done something to them in different ways, right? It's affected them, but it's all negative. So all the stuff about Johnny, none of it's real positive. He's a womanizer. He drives fast cars. He's got a hot head and a hot temper. None of that's good stuff. But none of it was really, I don't know. I didn't read the later issues like you're talking about, the stuff that happened where he got that mushroom haircut. I really wasn't reading it. And that where it turns out that Alicia's a scroll. I don't know if anything's ever even really been resolved. And the other thing that stands out to me as well, like all of these people's powers are super psychological, right? So Reed suddenly person who was completely inflexible, like he's a science-based nerd, suddenly he's super flexible, right? He can do
Right.
things that he wouldn't. And how about the invisible girl or the invisible woman? She's boy, she becomes the perfect woman. She's invisible, which is, I mean, she's the perfect mother. So we don't have to always feel like she's helicoptering over us. She can just sit up in the corner like a surveillance camera. There's a lot to that too. There's a lot
Right.
to the idea of making her invisible. There's a lot of deep psychology in here that Stan Lee probably didn't get, but Jack Kirby might have.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well. Right.
Stan Lee
Well.
pretended
That.
later to get it in those interviews in the 90s. I don't think that he got it at the beginning. I don't think it was intentional.
Well. Yeah. Yeah. Well. Shit. That looks bad. um. I don't know, man. I just don't remember the womanizing part. I just
I
remember
don't
him.
think so either. I mean, well, it wasn't that he was a womanizer. He was dating like models and stuff, right? Is that what was happening?
I just remember him being hung up
Or
on
no?
Crystal. When did he
Yeah, I
become
guess
this
so. Maybe he
womanizing
was just
character?
hung up on Crystal.
And then he was real sad that Crystal went away to Inhuman Land. That's all
Right.
I just remember the '60s. Yeah, I'm sure there were panels that show all these women thrilled because he's like a teen idol. But I just remember him being a guy that built hot rods, and he had a feud with Spider-Man too because he was the other teenage superhero, and they kind of were friends. And I remember him building a car for Spider-Man, and
What
I
do you
just
remember him and Ben fighting about the most? Because they fought a lot.
well, it was just practical. I remember practical jokes, but so I'm sure.
So it seemed like Ben would get really pissed off because of the level of privilege that Johnny had. He still had his physical appearance. He could still do all kinds of things. He was young. And then Ben was deeply depressed.
Yeah. Paulo says he had a girlfriend in Strange Tales before Crystal, a regular girl named Dory Evans. Okay, yeah, he was always dating someone steady. Although the stuff in Strange Tales, I don't know if that really has any more weight than stories about Batman and Brave and the Bold, because Kirby wasn't involved in those stories, and so to me, those aren't. I mean, I love them, but I don't know if they're like they don't read like Fantastic Four because it's not it's not Kirby drawing them, and it's not Stan Lee putting in the dialogue, so they don't read the same, although they are fun. And then he says in the 70s he didn't have a regular girlfriend until he found Frankie Ray. Yeah, I mean, he just, to me, I just don't remember this character. That's the way Chris Evans played him in those two movies, and so that's why people think that's the way the character was. People that have never read I don't remember. I just remember him being kind of like I don't know, like Tony Dow or Ricky Nell. He's just a guy that had girlfriends, but he wasn't going from girl to girl. Uh, some of this stuff is the way that they're portrayed in movies, and then people assume that's the way they were in comics. Uh, Tony Stark was not some womanizing guy in the comics that I read. It may have changed later, but he was completely, he was like, why doesn't he notice me? Why doesn't he? Because he's completely, deadened to, yeah. They even in the theme song to the '60s cartoon, he's cool. He's got a heart of steel. He just like makes you feel he's not a friendly guy. In fact, he was kind of just real emotionless almost. And that was all changed by the portrayal by Robert Downey Jr. But then I don't know. I remember they made him into an alcoholic in the '80s, and I was reading the comics still then, and I didn't read it much after that. So I don't know what they've done with him since. Maybe and he also didn't. He wasn't a guy that was always making jokes. He wasn't this funny guy like Robert Downey Jr. Now, you could say that the Robert Downey Jr. portrayal improved the character. I mean, I think the way he was portrayed in the movie is more enjoyable than if they had adapted the comic exactly as it was, because the comic, the way it was never really a successful comic. That's probably why, is the character was not someone you could really relate to. They're trying to make him Howard Hughes, and Howard Hughes went through a lot of women, but I don't remember that. Man, I just don't remember Tony Stark. Maybe just because it was a code-approved comic. But I don't know. And it's maybe that it was all there, and I just don't remember from when I was 12 years old reading these old '60s comics. I just don't know. But okay, let's see. In the early comics, Johnny was really disrespectful of Ben's state of mind after the transformation, and Reed and Sue never admonished Johnny over it. Yeah, well, yeah. I don't know if we should. How deep? I don't know how deeply they were really thinking about it when they were writing these comics. Um, David Wilcock's on live now because he doesn't want to go in tomorrow on Easter. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I'm just going by what they're saying is the character, the way he was portrayed, really doesn't fit well in today's society. I'm thinking, what? Because he built hot rods? What? And because I just don't remember him being a guy that went. Yeah, I don't know. I just remember them playing practical jokes on each other. Yeah, I mean, they think they probably both were bastards. I mean, because he's supposed to be portrayed as a teenager who's an asshole. Um, so that's all I remember. Uh, so,
Yeah, he's supposed to be an asshole. You're supposed to be rooting for Ben.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But I mean, yeah, they both love each other and everything. So that was the whole. They're just supposed to be like two brothers that. do shitty things to each other. I remember walking down the hallway, and my brother Mike was, I don't know, brushing his teeth, and my oldest brother, just threw a dart at his back, and it stuck in his back. It's like, what the fucking heck am I seeing, man? This, the shit that teenagers do. It's like, I'm like 5, 6 years old. Like, what the fuck? So people do shit, but we're probably overanalyzing comics that were written for 9-year-olds. I mean, they're just, they're supposed to be like a couple of brothers that are fighting. But since they have superpowers, they go through walls and stuff. That's all it is. It's nothing that deep. But I don't like when people say, we've got to change this character because the way he was portrayed was horrible. And it's like, he was never portrayed that way. You're full of shit. That's from some movies that came out. Because I think Chris Evans did portray him as because they're saying, Johnny Storm was always a man whore. It's like, what? I just remember him being always like, oh, Crystal, what happened to Crystal? He was just all into this one girl in the really good comics. Yeah, I mean, later on, I don't know. Frankie Ray wasn't she like a Silver Surfer type, like a Galactus Herald? I don't
Yes.
remember. Yeah,
Yes.
okay. That was later than the 70s. That was like in the 80s or 90s, wasn't it?
That was like 1981, 1982.
Okay, yeah, all right around there. Yeah, yeah, I was still reading it then. I don't know when I just stopped reading a lot of stuff. I think it was in the middle of the 80s. I was talking about this earlier, everything seemed to lose a lot of its specialness right in the mid 80s, when I was in college. Music, comics, movies, everything seemed to take a nosedive. And it was a good time period. Reagan was, but I think maybe it was about the time Reagan got shot. And then after that, he was never quite the same. Maybe it was about the time that Reagan was starting to get senile. His culture started to slip. And I wasn't really noticing it. And then I started noticing, man, I remember everything started to get real shitty, but I was not really that aware because I was living in previous decades. I was collecting movie posters from the 60s and 50s and reading old comics and watching old movies and listening to soundtrack music from the 60s and 50s. And I would surface enough to go to stores and buy more stuff from previous decades music, listening to old music, and I'd buy some new stuff, and but then I started to realize when you listen to the radio, it's like all of a sudden, like, what is New Kids on the Block? By the time 1990 came, it was really shitty. And then there was some good music that came along in the 90s, like Nirvana but late 90s, I like the Spice Girls. I know that shocks people, but then after that, since about 9/11, I don't know what happened. That's 25 years ago. Well, I mean, there was the White Stripes, and then there wasn't the White Stripes, and then there was Jack White, and whatever he is now, I don't know. But to me, it was something special. Him with his ex-wife. They claimed to be brother and sister, but they weren't. Uh, I liked the Donnas for a little bit, but they were basically a female Ramones, and then later they kind of became a female Kiss, and then they disappeared. And things then other bands that I would discover that were so underground that no one even knows who they are. and I got into the 5, 6, 7, 8s out of Japan, but they're basically 60s and 50s music. Everything I liked was throwbacks to the past. And I don't even know what's popular now. This Taylor Swift, that to me, it's like, how did this happen? Someone like Taylor Swift? There's not even people like Olivia Newton-John around anymore. There's got to be some people that can actually create a tune that you could remember, that's people that people used to make fun of are now like geniuses. You listen, all of a sudden you hear a John Denver song. It's great.
You know what I
It's
listened
great.
to last night? I heard that song "Wildfire" by Michael Martin Murphy, and it was like I was listening to like that Franz Liszt or something. I was like, "Wow, this
Yeah,
guy's a genius. This song's
right.
amazing."
Any of that stuff that people used to make fun of, the night the lights went out in Georgia,
Yes,
or
yes.
the night Chicago died, the stuff that was shit in 1973 sounds great and refreshing now. Uh, I don't think it's just because I got old, but maybe that's true because that's the way my dad, I'm sure, was. He hated, I remember, I don't know, that Thriller song, the video was starting on MTV. There was like a 10-minute long video with all the monster special effects, Rick
Right.
Baker or whatever. So I had that on. It was premiering. He says, "What is this shit?" It's just like, I don't think back on it. Well, that would sound like shit to someone that's used to the big band music of the 40s. And it really was shit, you really think about it. I mean, other than if without Vincent Price's voice, that's really kind of an annoying song. But with all the cool special effects, it fooled us. I mean, really, the best shit he did was when he was a 10-year-old. That early Jackson 5 music was great. Why that Beat It song, man, that's a piece of shit. And what is the song where he says the chair is not my son? What's that song? That's not Beat It, is it?
That's Billie Jean.
Billie Jean, yeah.
Mhm.
You listen to that, it's supposed to be, you look at the lyrics, it's supposed to be the child's not my son. He says the chair's not my son. How is that child? The chair is not my son. Oh my gosh. This is great days for David Wilcock. Um, yeah, look at how happy he looks. This guy from the White House Office of Science and Technology the other day said that U.S. government technology is capable of manipulating time and space, and but it's been held back because since the 70s by regulations that are keeping us from doing what we really could do with the technology that's there. And oh, and if you mention, of course, YouTube algorithm, AI, whatever's always listening to what you're saying, and sometimes they'll put little chapter stops at the bottom of the video and say, "This section you're talking about this and that." So the word, uh, yeah, I know they're listening for this word, DEPOPULATION. They don't like you saying that word, but they really want there to be less people because they think they've got this life extending technology and they want a lot of the people gone so that they can live forever and have lots of resources. So these satanic people are up to that kind of stuff. But there's yeah, if Trump rolls out like, hey, we've had the technology for you to have free electricity for the last 60, 70 years. Here, Merry Christmas. That would be pretty good. Because I don't think, I think it's actually possible. And Trump's uncle was the guy that went into Nikola Tesla's residence and cataloged all of So I don't know. Maybe we'll find out all this stuff. So, or maybe I'm just insane. So I've got to. There's some rock festival, or I don't know if it's rock, some festival, music festival called Coachella that I'd never heard of before a week or two ago. And apparently everyone's heard of it, but me.
Okay.
So anyway, it's the Misfits. They reunited before. Well, Glenn Danzig was basically the Misfits. And then he had a band, it was a band. But when he left, you know, they continued. There was some kind of court thing, and they were able to keep using the Misfits logo and their name, and which is all the Misfits logo stolen from Famous Monsters, and the skull stolen from the Crimson Ghost movie serial. They were able to continue using that and the look and
I'm actually
everything.
wearing a shirt right now. I'm wearing the Legacy of Brutality shirt, unironically.
But
Yeah.
they continued using it, but they were. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, but see what they did. They
Legacy of Brutality.
but they
I love the shirt because it's got a real tight neck. You know what I mean? So it's got a real nice neck to it.
do you
It
like
matters
tight
how short
necks?
it is,
Because
depending on
tight
how the neck
necks.
is. Like if it's not, it looks shitty. You know what I mean? This shirt, like it accentuates your boobs.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Cleo hates tight necks, so she'll
Oh,
trim
see, I like them.
the necks off of the shirts, and but anyway, so they continued to record albums that were really shitty. I mean, they they even did the Monster Mash. Monster Mash is a great song, but that's not what the Misfits is supposed to be doing. They didn't and I think they didn't really like Glenn Danzig because they thought he went off on a satanic angle, and they're kind of these Italian real religious guys, even though they're doing this kind of horror movie music. But anyway, so I guess they got back together for Coachella for one show last Saturday and one show tonight. And they're doing live streams where they stream it all on YouTube. But as soon as they streamed the Misfits show last Saturday, they pulled it down. So it only aired one time. So if you try to watch the live stream, it cuts the Misfits show out. So Cleo was working at it. So I need to record it tonight. Like, I don't know if they're going to do different songs tonight. Well, they did 20 songs. I don't know how many songs the Misfits actually recorded while they were together. Can't be that many more than that. But
No,
anyway,
not the big ones anyway. Not the
so
ones that
anyway,
they.
apparently they say his audio was kind of the vocals were low in the mix, and he may not have liked that, or maybe they were going to release it on a disc or somehow, or they just didn't want it out. Anyway, no one really knows, but I'm going to try to record it in case it's not kept up on YouTube tonight. Um, I don't know. It's yeah. So what are you drawing there? I can't see anything.
I'm doing a rough design for this thing that I'm doing for Kevin. It's going to be like a It's a Garbage Pail Kids.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
I just
This
found
is, this is just, I'm trying to map out the design. I've never drawn Garbage Pail Kids before, and so that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to map out this design for 2 Garbage Pail Kids that are going to fit together, that are going to be painted on these pieces of wood that are the same size as what I'm drawing. See, like that. So
Yeah.
these images are going to be on this wood, and they'll fit together, and they're going to hang. And it's this guy, this one Garbage Pail Kid up here, and another Garbage Pail Kid down there.
Oh, okay. Paulo says it was in the 80s. Tony didn't jump much from girl when he was with Janice Cord or Marianne Rogers. I never heard of them. I guess I was not. I just wasn't paying attention to comics in the 80s. I guess. I don't know. And then he says, in the Leighton Michelini John Romita Jr. run, they tried to move his genre from corporate drama to corporate espionage. Got a James Bond shtick. Was always looking at other girls, and Bethany Cabe didn't. Yeah, I don't know. See, to me, I only cared about the stuff from the 60s and early 70s. Oh, didn't mind. She was helpless girlfriend either anyway. Okay. Then Paulo says, dude, everyone who goes to Coachella nowadays is a boomer. No,
That's good. Yeah.
I don't even know anything about what that even means, Coachella.
Yeah, I don't know if they're boomers. They're not as much boomers as they are normies, is what that is. That's a normie gathering.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't, yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of it before. Uh, how far back does it go, this concert?
Maybe 10, 15 years that I can remember.
And they have all these different stages, so it's not really a
It's a
show you
festival.
can go to, and it's not like Woodstock
It's
where
a
there's one.
festival with multiple different stages, just like they do here in at San Francisco every year at the it's this new style that they do. There's like 3 different stages going on with all these artists you've never even heard of before. Yeah.
But it's not
Sometimes it's
so no one
electronic
has the
music.
same experience. Like with Woodstock, people say, "Yeah, I was there Saturday night and I saw these bands." It's like everyone's going to have a different experience based on what stage they were at.
Yes, that's correct.
And aren't they in different states? Is that right, or is it all around the same area?
No, it's like a 3-day festival that's held in the desert, California.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well,
I mean,
how
maybe
far
they
apart are
have
the
one back
stages?
east, like maybe they have it at different locations sometimes, but the Coachella that everybody talks about here is the one that's here.
Well, I thought I heard Cleo say something about New Mexico and California. No, not New Mexico. I
Maybe
don't
they
know
do
what.
have one. They might have one in New Mexico. I don't know. I've
I
never
don't.
been interested in it. It's nothing. It's not anything that my kids were ever into at all. So that's why I don't know much about it.
Yeah, I don't. I would have never been aware of it either. But she was talking about the Misfits, and I
So here's this design. I don't know if you can see it, but this. I'm not sure where I'm going to put the wording at because they all have like this kind of balloon shaped thing. It's going to have to go up here. So the name of the Garbage Pail Kid will be there, and then the other one will be down at the bottom, I guess.
Well, I
And
thought that said Garbage Pail Kids at the top, and then it had their name at the bottom. Am I wrong?
no, that's probably how the card actually looks, but I
Yeah.
don't know that I'm gonna make these look like exactly like the card because I don't want to obscure this portion of the drawing or the painting.
Okay.
Just gonna put their names. Maybe I'm not gonna put Garbage Pail Kids anywhere. I'm just gonna put their names at the top and the bottom.
Okay.
And what it is this guy is named Bohemian Grover, and
Oh,
her name is Cremation Carey, and he's a high priest at Bohemian Grove. He's got a big torch right here,
shit.
and then he's got the owl, the Moloch symbol on his priest robes. He's got his hood kind of back, and then he's real solemn. He's got like no expression. His eyes are almost closed, and she's just been lit aflame, right? She's on fire. She's making direct eye contact with the viewer, and she's got kind of a funny look on her face. And her name is
Wow.
Cremation Carey. That's it. What do you think so far? I just made it up.
Yeah, wow, that's cool. So if everybody just starts making jokes all the time about Bohemian Grove, then it would just be real hard for them to even do it, you know? If it just becomes a something
Well, this
everyone
is
knows about
exactly
and
what
laughs about.
happened. This is exactly what happened. This is like the premier. It's not even sensationalistic. He doesn't have like a sacrificial knife in his hand or anything. They actually light this effigy of a child on fire at the
Yeah.
cremation of care ceremony coming up. It'll be in at the beginning of I think June. I think it's the second or third week in
Well,
June. Is the summer hijinks is what they call it.
oh boy. Oh well.
Anyway, it's fun to make fun of it, and it's because it's creepy, right?
Yeah. Oh, did Kevin disappear? I just now realized he's not there anymore.
Yeah, I think he's gone.
Oh man. Yeah, it's weird to realize that things that I love continued to go on after I stopped being interested in them. It's like, you know, um, do I people that I was friends with in high school and I lost touch with them? It's like finding out what they did with the rest of their lives, and they did something really boring and normal. That's like what it's like for me to find out what happened to Spider-Man since all the it's like, oh shit, that's a shame. Really? That happened to him? I just I'd like to remember him at his peak in 1965, 64. It's 66. That's and oh boy. I guess I should go upstairs and try to entertain people with comic books.
Oh,
Oh my god. That's what everyone seems to like. Well, Mike called me last Sunday and said he's decided to send everything else to Kevin. Instead of taking all this stuff he was gonna keep, he's gonna send it. And then I called Kevin and Kevin didn't know about it yet, but and I don't hopefully I guess he found Kevin's address. I don't, but he was gonna leave Tuesday. I guess he's in Thailand now. So, and I said,
well,
well, how are you going to do that? And he says, well, if Paulo can come on the show from Portugal, I could come on the show from Thailand, and and come up with prices for everything. But so I guess what's left is Kellogg's Pep Premium buttons. I don't know what all he has. Stuff from old time radio, premiums stuff. Um, I've always seen collections of that stuff, and a lot of it is characters that from comics comic strips that I know they exist, but I've never read, that are from my father's time period.
Right.
Moon Mullins and
Smiling Jack.
Smokey Stover. It's the stuff that I
Steve.
recognize it as well drawn. I've seen it. I would kind of recognize the characters if I saw them, but I've never read the stuff, and I respect it. But it's there would be Superman too, the very early looking Superman from the radio show. Superman was really good, and I think it was like a 15-minute show, and I think it was on daily. And Kellogg's Pep was a big deal. The sponsor was like real prominent. Would start Kellogg's Pep, the Sunshine cereal brings you the adventures of Superman. I mean, that was the first thing you heard was Kellogg's Pep, and then the announcer would say, "Hey, gang, you know, it's just like." How many gallons, how many pounds of Kellogg's Pep have you eaten today? It's like the kid. And then there was a Ovaltine sponsored a lot of that. So but this is yeah, I don't know what all he's sending, or if he sent it, or maybe it's still in Arizona, and maybe his son is going to send it to Kevin, but he just wasn't going to take it with him to Thailand, he decided. But I don't know. I may be tapped out as far as maybe I could get a few more cool things like Superman. I wouldn't mind having a Superman button or two, but man, that was my birthday, basically, all that stuff I got. It's a good thing it was timed around my birthday, or it would have been. That's the only way I could really justify it. Um, have you read any more of those Joe Palooka comics?
No, I read one issue so far, and I've been reading Batman recently. So I'm stuck on the story that I've been reading, so I haven't I haven't. I just looked through a bunch of stuff, but I haven't read anything other than one issue.
What Batman period are you reading?
This new stuff from like 2005 or something. It's called The Court of Owls.
Oh
It's really
yeah, I
good.
hear that's really good, but I
Yeah, I
never.
really like it.
That's the new 52 or whatever, I think.
This is it.
Oh, from that little book you got.
Scott
Yeah.
Snyder and Greg Capullo. It's this little book. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I heard that was good, but I kind of didn't want to accept that it was good because I didn't want to have to start buying it. uh Paulo
Yeah, you can
says
buy
that
that little book
this.
now for $9 or something.
I think that was the time period they were doing the new 52, and they were doing all kinds of, I don't know. It didn't look that exciting to me, a lot of it. I tried to move a bunch of furniture this morning and hang a shower curtain as a screen and get my old projector going to try to, and then I moved everything back, and now I'm just kind of, yeah. Got to be a better way to do it. What is this? John Goris is making some statement. Using acetate there, Grottu? What do you mean, acetate? What's he talking about? Acetate? What do you mean? What is acetate? What does he mean? Acetate.
I don't know. I
Trying to
can't see
remember.
it. I don't know.
Let me see what acetate. I'm trying to see what in the picture. What is acetate? I used to know what that meant.
The thin piece of sheet of plastic?
Oh, for the screen. No, I was using a shower curtain. I was just. It's an old school. Oh yeah, animator thing with cells were painted on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, he must be thinking I'm the one drawing. Is that what he's thinking? That's Meyer drawing. That's not my hand. um, yeah, acetate. Yeah, acetate cells. I need. Yeah, that's where I know the term from. Yeah, it's a plastic.
The overlay that they use in animation.
Yeah, you're right. Right.
And then it's also a chemical that's used to, it's like fingernail polish, isn't that acetate?
Right.
Fingernail polish remover.
Yeah. I wasn't sure what he meant. The conventional DS-sponsored scientific paradigm would say, "Oh, that's a conspiracy theory." Like that's what they want you to think. The time travel and anti-gravity have been jealously guarded secrets because, again, well, the thing with the Hypnotic Eye TV show, Joe Riley was telling me, I want to do a video version of your magazine, The Sophisticate. And I was also doing a magazine called Sling Rave Corvette. And he said, so he did the first episode, and I, he had a huge video collection. He was just, brilliant animator and artist and toy collector and makeup guy and a mask sculptor. And I provide, back then before YouTube, people collected weird stuff on VHS and traded it with each other. And I had a bunch of old commercials and cool stuff. So I'd give him stuff. So he put together the first episode, and he went over to the AMC Grand or whatever in Dallas for the premiere of Rumble in the Bronx, a Jackie Chan movie. And he filmed Jackie Chan talking to the audience. And he put that he put that segment with Jackie Chan, and it seemed like it was pretty long, like 10 minutes of him talking, and you could barely hear him because he was he was at the front of the theater, and he had an accent, so it was hard to kind of understand what he was saying. And then he put a collage of Jackie Chan fights, or a fight scene from, I think, Rumble in the Bronx, where they were destroying pinball machines or something, it seems like. And it was real long. And I was thinking, man, the pacing of the show's really good, but this Jackie Chan part, this is in episode one, is kind of slows things down. Yeah, maybe. And I mentioned that to him. I don't think he was real pleased to hear that. And I said, hey, you just got to pick up the pace, And so with the episode two, I went into the editing bay with him. He had me come into the public access studio, and I had a whole grocery bag filled with VHS tapes. And I said, okay, let's. We got the opening that he had put together, and I had told him, the best, one of the greatest songs I've ever heard in my life is the theme from the Ultra Q,
Right.
which was, and so that's what I mean, he knew that song, but I came up with the idea to use that theme song, the idea to do that, and he put that great collage of images, which he was able to edit to the beat of the music, and he was really good at that. And then, um, and he created that cool puppet with the eye that he called Icon, and so anyway, the second episode, I said, okay, let's start with this scopatone, and then let's go to a commercial. He says, okay, and then let's put this commercial there, and this commercial of it's like a Barbie, but it's an Elvira Barbie from I recorded off of MTV Halloween, and then let's put this clip of the Archies overdubbed with a Sex Pistols song, and then we'll put this and that, and it's like, and that one, pretty much was, I didn't know how to run the editing machines, but I said, okay, I was telling him what to do, and he did it, and the second episode came out great. And then after that, then he kept doing episodes after that, and some of them I was involved over at his house, or he'd come over to where I lived, and I had found Donnie and Marie Osmond marionette puppets in a thrift store, and he restrung the Donnie. Uh, I've since cut the strings because I could never untangle them, but so he would manipulate that marionette, and then I'd do the voice for Donnie. And but after the second episode, there's a lot of stuff I contributed to it, but I was never ever again in the editing studio with him. And but I would give him stuff, and then later in the run of the show, at some point, he just kind of dropped off the face of the earth, just kind of didn't answer phone calls, and just, I guess, decided maybe I was too much trouble or something. I don't know. But I'm not really sure. But years later, I talked with him by text, and then the next day, later that night, he passed away. So it was weird. I kind of I guess, made up with him right before he passed away. But I guess maybe his wife was annoyed I was calling too much with ideas about the show. There's no telling. I can be annoying in many ways, but some reason he decided I have had enough of that Grottu or whatever. So I can't tell you what went on in his head, but I never had a problem with him. But he decided, that guy, disgusting. So so after I so a lot of some of those later episodes, I don't know if I've ever really even watched them, because at that point, he was like, but he had some friends from the public access world, or they were kind of more like I don't know, that operated those puppets. I never, some of them I never met, and some of those episodes are. But there was a Dallas filmmaker named Larry Buchanan, and Joe was really fascinated by him, and he wanted to show lots of clips from Larry Buchanan movies. And Larry Buchanan movies are hard to watch. They're they're all, I think, unauthorized remakes of AIP movies. So like Mars Needs Women is the best one that Larry Buchanan did, but it's a remake of Teenagers from Outer Space. And then there's one that's called Zontar, I think. That it's got a
Yeah,
great names.
yeah,
The thing where is
I
what's
like
that?
these movies. I like those movies you're talking about. I've seen them.
Yeah, well, the Larry Buchanan movies were made for television. They never played in theaters. They were remakes of AIP movies that did play in theaters, and they were done in Dallas on a very low budget, and then they were sold directly to television. And sometimes they were very, very slowly paced. Uh, so I don't remember all the names of them, but um, sometimes the clips of Larry Buchanan movies slowed the show down. I remember that, but other than that, I don't really recall. But anyway, he was a great guy, and um, I don't have any. It's just I know he at some point he got sick of me, sick of hanging out with me, and I probably not the first and last time that'll ever happen to people. But it might have been that it's like, oh, Joe, build this model kit for me. It's like, it might have over, I think that might have been it. I was just like, his wife probably said, hey, that guy is asking you to build too many model kits and paint too many pictures. You've got other stuff you could do. It's like, yeah, that's probably what happened. I was just so excited about knowing someone with such great talent. I may have overstepped my I think that's probably what happened. I think I was just too, oh look, I got another model kit. And he was excited about building them, but then you got to explain that to your wife while you're building a model kit for $20, $30 for some bum in the next town. He didn't do them free for me, but I'm talking 1990s pay, but still he should have been in Hollywood, like making millions of dollars. And that's the That's the problem. He was as talented, if not more talented, than anybody in Hollywood. So um, there was another guy I knew that was a friend of my friend Tom, and he had an opportunity to go to Hollywood back in the 1960s or early 70s, and wasn't able to take it because his mom put his foot down and said, "You are not doing that," and he always regretted that. He was an older guy. Probably he's probably in his 70s now, but he was kind of like an older brother to my friend Tom, and taught him about movies because yeah, he was into movies big time, and uh, movie soundtrack collecting, and knew everything about every movie. And but he had all this talent, and then his friend did go to Hollywood, and then the movie The Terminator came out, and um, what surprised we were so surprised in the theater that at the end it turned into a Ray Harryhausen movie, sort of, because all of a sudden all the skin is off of Arnold Schwarzenegger and it's like a skeleton walking around. It's like, holy shit, we couldn't believe
Yeah,
what a great movie we were watching. And it was actually, that was before computer animation. It was stop motion animation. It was so cool. Anyway, the guy that did the stop motion animation for the Schwarzenegger skeleton robot, whatever the frick you call it. That was the friend of this guy in Arlington that had gone to Hollywood. And if he had gone to Hollywood, he would might have been working with him doing that. So that was kind of when he was watching the movie with us and seeing his friend's name on the screens, that was kind of a kick in the pants for him. But yeah, there's always these people that have all this talent, but they don't make the jump at just the right time. My friend Tom, he made the jump at just the right time to Hollywood, but it almost killed him. Well, it kind of did. I mean, it didn't kill, not literally. He came back to Texas, and about 10 years later, the it it did in a way. But Hollywood's a lot of bad stuff going on there. Not a good place to be. Uh, the dreams, sometimes it's better that you don't wind up in Hollywood, and it's not a healthy place. He didn't come back the same person he left going to Hollywood. He came back very different. Uh, oh damn. So are you going to ultimately turn this into a painting, or this is a preliminary, or this is really good?
No, it's just a preliminary. The idea was this is the preliminary with pencil and some pastel colors. And the idea is this is going to be two like this. Those images will be painted on these, so they'll be separated a little bit. It'll be two different Garbage Pail Kids. Be one this
Okay.
guy who's like the Bohemian Grove high priest, and then this is the cremation of care.
John, cool. John Gora says, I like Police Story with Jackie Chan. Super Cop was kind of
That
fun.
is a
Really
good
didn't
one.
care for Rumble in the Bronx. Too silly. And then I heard Cameron sold the story rights and waived his director fee for the Terminator in order to direct and make it his way. Huh.
Can you tell what it's supposed to be? I mean, not
Yeah.
necessarily that it's supposed to be Bohemian Grove, because you can't really tell that without the title, But
Oh, yeah.
can you tell what the figures are?
Uh, yeah. John Gora says his old lady was like another model kit. And what about cleaning the gutter? That's probably what happened. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's what happened because there was one model kit that he was going to build for me, and then I went into this rockabilly store there by Fair Park, and I said, "Oh man, that's the model kit he was going to build for." It wasn't one I bought. He had, he says, "I'll build it and sell it to you." Well, he gave it to the guy that owned the store, so it was like, "Oh, that I can see this guy's not in." Oh well. Let's see. John Goris, I'm sorry, Library 88 says that's awesome artwork, Meyer.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, Cameron is now living in, where does he live now? New Zealand?
I don't know.
He's uh he's an expatriate. He does not like Trump. He does not like the United States. He's I saw an interview with him recently where he was kind of a not really pleasant.
Oh, really?
Uh, but and has some pretty obnoxious views, but Um, yeah, Terminator and Terminator 2 were great. It was remember the Harlan Ellison lawsuit? You know about that?
No, I don't remember. What was it about?
Harlan Ellison wrote an episode of The Outer Limits called The Soldier, and there was another one. There were two episodes of The Outer Limits. The Terminator was cobbled together from those two episodes, and they were both written by Harlan Ellison. And Harlan Ellison was watching The Terminator and said, "Shit, this is my stuff." And he sued. I don't remember what happened because of the lawsuit, if he was paid or if he was paid by having a credit put on the movie. But regardless, any print of the Terminator now has a credit to Harlan Ellison in the closing credits because it's unquestionably the case that that's what happened. Sometimes, you think, well, that was so long ago, it doesn't matter, but sometimes sometimes it's an accidental thing, like with, George Harrison with My Sweet Lord, and uh, which is very, very similar to He's So Fine. And the court realized, but they said that, uh, yes, it was a copy, but they thought it was unintentional, that he just loved that song and it was in the back of his head. Uh, and sometimes, you think it's some original idea and you forget that, no, that's from some. There's a lot of that with, when you've got to come up with a lot of stories on a deadline. There's a lot of, I think, that going on with Al Feldstein and William Gaines. They would remember old stories they read in pulp magazines when they were kids and kind of rehash those stories, or maybe stuff they heard on old time radio, um, and they got caught with a couple of Ray Bradbury stories, but Ray Bradbury liked what he saw, so he said, "Hey, pay me my fee and we can continue to write. You can continue to adapt my stories. In fact, here's some more stories you could adapt, but hey, could you pay me for the two stories you took?" And anyway, what the heck time is it? 2:13. John Goris. Story with Ellison was his agent happened to be watching Letterman one night with Cameron as a guest. They asked him, "Where'd you get the idea?" And Cameron said, "I just ripped off some old Harlan." Are you sure that happened? I, man, um, I need I believe it, but I have to confirm that. that's that's astoundingly stupid thing to do, especially not with Harlan Ellison. He's not someone you should have fucked around with. Uh, he there's a book of you know what I was the Comics Journal magazine for a lot of years. That was the only thing I'd buy when I went into a comic store. Is I would, wind up buying I go into Lone Star Comics and look around. Okay, all these comics are shitty. Well, here's an issue of the Comics Journal. They've got one copy. It's almost like they were ordering it just for me at Lone Star Comics. They get one or two copies. And I remember I would buy it when Lone Star Comics first opened, the very first issues after it changed from the Nostalgia Journal to the Comics Journal. I was buying those issues, and I was realized I was looking through mycomicshop.com the other day to see the prices on old issues of Comics Journal, and there's a few that are or have gone up astronomically. Issues that I have. Um, there's a Dave Stevens interview. There's people on eBay trying to sell it for $800, $1,000.
Really?
Insane prices. There's one issue. I think it has a Will Eisner cover of the Spirit, and that thing. Some people consider it the first appearance or first printed. I guess it is the first printed image of a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle,
Oh,
because
really?
there's a
Huh.
preview picture of one of the turtles in that issue, and it's before anything else was published, so that thing's valuable. And there's different issues. They did great interviews, and there's some issues that are really pricey, uh, but they put together a book version of a collection of different interviews that the Comics Journal did, and they did an interview with Harlan Ellison, and they on the cover they called him a comics dilettante. And I thought, what the? I had to look up what dilettante meant, and it means someone that uh, talks about something like they know a lot about it, but they don't really know a lot about it. Like they love something, like like a lot of people on YouTube that uh, that act like they're experts, but they're just kind of. Well, it would be like someone. You know, uh, going to the opera. It's like, oh, I really love this, but they don't. They do like it, but they don't. They're people that pretend they know a lot about old cars or whatever. Uh, and he got pissed at being called a dilettante. It's like, I'm just as much of an expert about comics as you guys. I've got because he had a huge collection of Golden Age comics and everything from when that he bought as a kid, and so they had to take the word dilettante off the cover. He was pissed about that, or maybe they removed his whole interview. I don't know. And that's the interview, I think, with Harlan Ellison that caused another lawsuit with Michael Fleischer. You know about that?
No, I don't.
Okay, Michael Fleischer was, the comics writer that he did those early '70s Spectre stories where
Yes.
giant pairs of scissors would appear and cut people apart, or it was like
Yeah, they were really
horrible
good.
things would happen to people like they did in the Golden Age comics with the Spectre. And then he did Jonah Hex, which was a pretty brutally violent, he'd come into town dragging several corpses behind his horse face down, bringing him in for a bounty. uh what else did he do? he was he was kind of, with his when he actually wrote a novel called Chasing Harry that they say is pretty brutal. But anyway, Harlan Ellison was talking about Michael Fleischer in a Comics Journal interview, and he called Michael Fleischer bug fuck crazy,
Huh. Really?
and Michael Fleischer was very pissed because he thought that it was damaging his reputation with comic companies, that they aren't going to want to deal with him because Harlan Ellison called him crazy. He might have had some issues with mental health, and so he was sensitive about that. But so he sued. Harlan Ellison was saying that he was complimenting him, calling him bugfuck crazy. Like, man, that guy's bugfuck crazy. These stories are great. These stories are so insane, which makes sense because, but I don't know, man. I forget how that all panned out. But Michael Fleischer did have a apparently that book Chasing Harry was pretty extreme. I don't know as far as, but uh, um, yeah, Harlan Ellison was a guy that was very he had that little man syndrome, like Glenn. Well, I don't like some people that are kind of short. They they're always ready to fight, man. They're always and they don't like, you know. Oh well, better be careful what I say here. What do these people say? John Goris, Ellison never saw any dough, but got inspired by on the credits. That's what I, yeah, okay, good. I was right. That's what I thought it was. Okay. Werewolf by lunchtime. Hey, Grottu chat. I will watch for one more beer. It's late in Perth, then call it a night. My cat has discovered the reverse air conditioning with the heat and is sitting in front of it. Cool. What's the story with Jonah Hex and how his face got all disfigured? Oh, yeah. That was a. Uh, he was a character that was um, introduced in weird Western tales, and his face looked like it had been burned, and he had a piece of flesh that hung down and was merged with the bottom part of his lip, like he had melted, and one of the strands had reconnected. It was well, uh, so it wasn't explained for the first few years of the comic. It was he would go around. He was always wearing a Confederate uniform, and the Civil War was over. So that would be already pretty provocative, and you would just, so the assumption is that it was a war injury, or that maybe, you know, the devil did it to him. You just didn't know. You know, it was left a mysterious thing. And then he got his own comic, and I think about 10, 12 issues into the run, they decided to explain how it happened. And he was a young man, and he was, I don't know if he was living with the Indians, Native Americans, and they like burned his face. They explained it. I always thought that was not necessary to explain it. It's one of those things that it's kind of better to leave it to your imagination, but that's just my opinion, you know. But I didn't create the characters, so I guess you can do whatever you want to do. But they did explain it. It was done by Indians. Now, there was a movie made of Jonah Hex that's nothing like the comic. The casting, I think, was pretty much okay. That guy that played Thanos, whatever his name is,
Yeah,
I
I
think.
enjoyed the movie, even though it's nothing like Jonah Hex. I still liked that movie.
Oh, I've never watched it actually. I just assumed it was horribly shitty. But the guy
It
playing him,
actually pretty
Josh
good.
Brolin, I think that he would be perfectly okay to be Jonah Hex. But they made him like someone that can talk to the dead or something, gave him superpowers. But see, the thing is, as a kid, I always loved movies, and when I read comics, I would always imagine I was watching a movie. I don't
Yeah,
know how
me
many
too.
other people do this or did
I did
this.
it too. I did it too, and I even read read everything that I was reading in the comic in my voice. I mean, in my head, in the voice of either a narrator or the characters as I imagined them. If that makes sense. Do you
Right.
understand?
So So every Fantastic Four Kirby comic I read, I imagined it as a movie. I
Yes.
imagined the music cobbled together in my head from soundtrack albums that should go with it, just like Tarantino does. He puts movies together by appropriating things from other movies. It's like, okay, I'm making this movie Jackie Brown. How about this theme song from a movie called Across 110th Street? We'll use that theme song, and or this old surf music. I'll use that as the theme. It sounds like a good theme to a movie. I'll use that for Pulp Fiction, and he'll cobble together a movie, and normal people will watch it and won't know things came from other places, and they'll think it was all just created by him. I'm not necessarily knocking him. It's like like Vanilla Ice puts together some Ice Ice Baby piece of shit song, and he uses the David Bowie Under Pressure, and it's like these kids in the 90s, or whenever the hell he was popular, never heard the David Bowie song and just think that's something Vanilla Ice created.
Look, see, what do you think?
Let me see, because I'm looking at a tiny, tiny screen. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I cut these things. I just did this just to give an idea of what they could,
Uh-huh.
where they could be and how they look. Seems like it looks best like that to me, like top and bottom. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah. It kind of
Does
reminds
it
me of
do?
those paintings on the Haunted Mansion, the stretched out paintings.
Oh, really?
Well, you
Oh,
know
cool.
what I mean? Because
Yeah,
you're
I know
meaning for that to
exactly
be
what you
two
mean.
cards. You're meaning for
Yeah,
it to
I
be
know
two
exactly what you
cards.
mean.
So,
Yeah.
they would always be a picture, then you would be real, it would be revealed the rest of the picture.
Yeah, I know just what you mean. So you know how, so I have an artist's eye, which means I can't tell everything that I draw to me doesn't look good completely. I can't tell what it looks like. So does this make sense? You understand what I'm saying? Like, don't you draw stuff and think it looks shitty and then other people say it looks fine? I do.
Uh,
Can you tell what's happening here?
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's a preliminary. It looks good.
And is it enough? It's a joke, right? It's okay.
I'm having trouble. It's so tiny. I'm looking at something literally smaller than a postage stamp. But yeah, I can tell what it is. John
Uh,
Gores asked if Mickey Rourke is in that Jonah Hex movie.
I'm gonna go with it then. I think that this design's gonna work. I think it's okay. I like it.
The only good band biopic I've seen is Control about Joy Division. Everything else has been garbage, says Werewolf by Lunchtime. Uh, Band biopic. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie. My wife told me I should watch it. Uh, yeah, Joy Division. I really love Joy Division. At the time, I
Yeah, me
was.
too.
I think I've told that story about. Well, uh, movies about bands. Uh, Buddy Holly's story was really good, but it
Yeah,
it
it
it,
was.
it bent the truth. I mean, the other members of his band were fictionalized. That's kind of a problem. If you're, but
Didn't they use the toad from American Graffiti in that movie?
yeah, yeah, they did. But they just didn't use the real guys. One of the guys went on to write the Mary Tyler Moore theme. Sonny Curtis. Um, Coal miner's daughter, Sissy Spacek. That was phenomenal. That movie. Uh, Sissy Spacek sounded just like Loretta Lynn. That was a phenomenal performance. They don't make movies like that anymore. Uh, there's some others that'll come to me. Uh, I kind of like the Jessica Lange movie I did like the Jessica Lange performance as Patsy Cline in Sweet Dreams. Now, but Jessica Lange didn't sing. Those were they took the vocal tracks from Patsy Cline's songs and re-recorded the music, but uh, that was good. Not as good as Coal Miner's Daughter. But you might just be talking about rock and roll movie. When I first heard about Joy Division, it was because um, then I heard Joy Division and I understood and I liked it. But I hadn't heard Joy Division, but I heard that this guy. I would go to the used bookstores whenever I'd find something really cool, like a collected version of Flash Gordon, Alex Raymond, or whatever old books collecting old comic strips. I'd always get them, and it would say from the library of the people put little stamps in that says it's my book, and every time, every book I liked at Half Price Books was from this guy's library. It's like, who is this guy? He has the exact same taste as me. So I met my friend Tom in 1984. He says, oh, that guy was an old friend of ours. And he used to run long before Lone Star Comics opened in 1977. He had a comics section at this old used bookstore in downtown that's in a building that was torn down so they could build City Hall because Arlington destroyed their entire downtown. They destroyed any old building, they destroyed it in the 60s because Arlington was expanding greatly. Because they had this mayor named Vandergrift. He brought in Six Flags Over Texas. He brought the Washington Senators to town and renamed them the Texas Rangers. He brought in the General Motors plant, and the city expanded, and they wanted to tear down these old fashioned buildings and build new stuff. And then later in the 80s, they thought, why did we tear all that old stuff down? It had such charm. Now we don't have any character downtown because we teared down the whole downtown except for this one movie thing. Now we got to build new stuff that looks old. So they started building new buildings and they hired architects to make them look like old timey buildings. And they built the Texas Rangers Stadium. They called it the ballpark. They tried to make it look old timey so that there would be some character, but it was fake character. There was this bookstore, and I remember going in it, and I might have remembered this guy's booth because I do remember a booth with a bunch of old Mads. I can't think of this guy's name right now, and I wouldn't want to say it anyway because of where the story goes. But anyway, this guy had this comic booth, and he's the guy that owned all these books. Well, apparently he got really into Joy Division, and he pretty much did what the lead singer of Joy Division did, which is something you're not supposed to mention on YouTube. So uh, people, so I thought, man, that band is responsible for this cool guy not being around anymore, and that's why I'm winding up with all his books. So I kind of thought, oh, that's not a healthy band. And then I hear the band when I think my wife is probably the one that really got me to actually listen to Joy Division. And I thought, wow, this is great. And she shows me how this guy hopped around on stage with this weird dancing. It's like, wow, that's cool. And so my first instinct without ever hearing the band was to hate them because of what that guy did at the end of his life that apparently might have been instrumental. I'm sure that's not the only reason he did it. I'm sure there were other reasons, but you know, someone you admire does something you anyway. So, everybody's got their demons and stuff, but who knows, man? I was watching something today that I never thought of. You know, you see these pictures of John Lennon, say about 1965, and you see him in the 70s, and it's like, how is that the same guy? That he looks like a normal guy in the mid 60s. And then all of a sudden, he's this emaciated. Well, I guess drugs have something to do with it, but it's like he was kind of normal, and then all of a sudden, his cheeks are sunken in, and according to this YouTube video I was watching earlier today, it popped up. It said that they some of the reporters were calling him the Fat Beetle, and they showed some pictures of him, and yeah, he kind of had a belly, and he had a kind of chubby face, kind of like he's drawn on the cartoon, the Saturday morning cartoon. You know, they never drew him with cheeks sunken in like Uncle Creepy, which is what he turned into by 68, 69, and all through the rest of his life. And they said, well, they think he might have developed bulimia, whatever you call it, anorexia from because he took that to heart. He didn't want to be fat, and so
Never
of
heard
course,
that.
like I said, drugs could have done it too. But yeah, there's pictures of him later. It's like he's like a skeleton. Whereas if you think about the way he appears, like in Help, you know, he's a healthy guy. So I don't know. You're not gonna have a happy life just because you're rich or you make it. I mean, just you're gonna.
Look, I got these four little canvases, these little portraits that we can do whatever we want with.
Yeah, you sent me a little miniature painting once. I've
Oh,
got
did I
that.
send it?
You sent me a thing inspired by a character from Commandy or OMAC. I can't
Oh
remember.
yeah, Commandy. This
Yeah,
little we used to do little paintings on little stuff because it was
yeah.
easy. It was fun and quick to do.
It's amazing how similar you and John Goris are in a way without before you even met. You know, doing these little miniature things.
I'm having second thoughts about this. I like it.
I can't believe John sent that through the mail.
I know, isn't that funny? It's amazing.
Yeah, John, don't send me anything that graphic through the mail, though. I love it. If you ever do a painting like that for me, put it in an envelope because this is a small town. Everyone will start talking. But that's it's great, man. I just, oh my God. Um, let's see here. We're by lunchtime. I like it, Meyer, but I would have. He says, I like it, Meyer, but I would never have writing on art apart from signature. Yeah, well, he's trying to create a Garbage Pail Kid thing, though, and Garbage Pail Kids have writing. That's,
Yeah, they have these little identifiers that name them
yeah.
that makes it part of the universe.
And it's supposed to be also so that you could find one with your name or your brother or your sister's name. Uh, John Goris says, You're going to miss me when I'm gone is a good documentary on Rocky Erickson. Yeah, yeah, but I think he's talking about where people play the characters, I think. I got to see the John Carpenter Elvis movie someday. Has Kurt Russell? It's good. There's a really good part where he plays. Uh, yeah, there's good part. That's a good movie. Yeah. When it first aired, what was it on against Battlestar Galactica?
I don't remember, was it?
It was on against something where I didn't see it the first time it aired. He hung out with Harry Nilsson and took too much. He got better, but then yeah, yeah, but oh, okay. Never collected those cards. I stopped at Star Wars in '77. Yeah, Garbage Pail Kids cards are. If you'd just been born a few years later, you would have been buying them. They were really they were good. They were Basically, the wacky packages for people born about 10 years later. Same people behind them. It's just like Mars Attacks were the wacky packages for the people 10 years before us. I'm assuming we're all about my age. It seems like that's what YouTube tells me. Damn, man. But I was playing Rocky Erickson for Cleo the other night, saying if you like this Danzig Misfits horror rock, Rocky Erickson was doing it before him, at least by a few years. I mean, he was doing the psychedelic music, pretty much inventing it in the 60s, but I think around 75 he started doing uh, stuff like Two-Headed Dog and I Walked with a Zombie and stuff that very just as easily could be the titles of Misfits songs. Because the first time I saw Misfits, where it's like, well, these were just a bunch of movies that I watch on the back. It's like every song title is the name of a movie. She told me that when that Glenn Danzig and the band just when they found out where Mela Nurmi lived, Vampira in Los Angeles, and Glenn Danzig just went to her window and was looking through the window. And I guess she must have seen this guy looking through her window, and anyway, they met, and she wound up liking the band. So there's they do that song, and then I guess he said we wrote a song about you, and so there's photos of them with Vampira, and uh, I don't know if they do. Yeah, and I think she was a beatnik, bohemian type in the 50s, so she would understand punk rockers.
It's funny. I just watched. She just showed up on my algorithm again last night as well. There was a full, like, almost 90-minute broadcast of her showing the 13 Ghost, I think is what it was called. A full
What?
introduction where she drinks the Vampira cocktail and she puts the eyeball in it. She mixes herself a drink. She smokes.
Okay, it might have been.
Yeah, I'll
It
find
might
it and
have
send
been
it to you.
clips. There are only a few clips of her from. There's no
I'll
complete broadcast, so it
I'll
must
find
have
it and
been.
send it to you. It's pretty close to it. I think the intro is pretty. Maybe not the whole thing. You know what I mean. I didn't watch
I,
towards.
I think what they did, I did see years ago, they took some of her clips and then they put a movie in to try to
That's what it is.
recreate what it would have looked like.
Maybe that's what
But
it
it
is.
wouldn't have been 13 Ghosts because 13 Ghosts didn't it come out about 1960, 61, and she
Yeah,
was
it
on
wasn't
that fair.
13 ghosts. It was the 13th ghost. It was
Oh,
like from
okay. Yeah.
1934. One of those shitty old
Yeah.
movies. Not good.
Yeah, because the only movie she never really did many horror movies because the horror movies weren't released to TV. All the Universal and all that weren't released until Shock Theater in the late 50s, and she had stopped. That KABC show stopped around 54. She was just ahead of her time. And she was at some costume party dressed as the Charles Adams mother, which didn't have a name then in the New Yorker cartoons. But when the Adams Family TV show was created in 64, they had Charles Adams come up with names for the characters. He had never given them names. And he named her Morticia. And Pugsley, he was going to call him Pubert. And they said, you can't call him Pubert on TV. So they can call him Pugsley. But um, yeah, there's band called Satan's Cheerleaders. My friend Randy is friends with them. I think that one of the guys that was in his band went on to play with that band. Anyway, they befriended Mila Nurmi also, and they got her to record a song with them. It's called the song is called Genocide Utopia. And she just very loudly and dramatically shouts out some poems she wrote, which and then they do music behind her shouting out this, like she's some preacher shouting out this song about genocide. And it's pretty insane. And they've got her in a Nazi uniform on the front of the record, in a cartoon of Vampira in a like an SS uniform. It's uh, no, actually, I think they did two singles with her. Now that I think about it, I'd have to. I'd play it right now, but I'm recording David Wilcock. I don't think that you get a copyright strike on something that obscure. But I don't know. That's they were back then. Punk rock would always push that angle of just shocking you by putting uniforms and swastikas on their, Sid Vicious on his shirt. Um, it's amazing how punk rock has changed,
Yeah.
because it was just anything we could do to shock you, and that's like the ultimate shocking thing. And now it's like, no, you can't shock. You have to be. I wonder if they're ever going to figure out this pyramid thing.
That's interesting, isn't it?
You can't just dig down under the pyramid, but
Well, can't they dig sideways? Like from long ways away?
I don't know, man. I just don't know. Now
I
Edgar
don't know.
Casey, the psychic from like 100 years ago, said that there's all this stuff under the Sphinx. There's a big giant library. Imagine if all that history of the world that was supposedly, that was lost at the Library of Alexandria when it was burned down. Uh, Maybe that's all under the Sphinx, but I just think we're so close. Every day is weird. It's so weird watching the news, man. I don't watch the news, but just being aware of what's going on. It's just every few hours you tune in, and it's like, what's going on? Now they're saying that we have the ability to manipulate time and space. And then Trump just gives a press conference, and then all of a sudden everyone's running around, and it's like, oh my God, what's happening? And it's like, oh, someone passed out in the back. And then they had to rush in. They had to end the press conference. It's like so many. It's never, things have never been this interesting before. I don't think, has there ever been a presidency as fascinating as this one? And now
No.
some senator went down, was having pina coladas with this guy in El Salvador. They're calling a hostage, and it's like he's and they're saying he's a Maryland father. I don't know. And he's really pushing China pretty hard. I just wonder how this is ultimately gonna turn out. Oh yeah, David Wilcock is all fired up today. He's talking real quick. He's really excited. What are these people talking about here, man? Werewolf by Lunchtime says, actually, I'm lying. I remember buying Superman 78, turning them over to make a big picture. I wonder, I think I bought Superman cards. I probably did. If I do, I have to look through my stuff. John Goris says, Meyer, you should singe those text blocks around the edges like they're getting all burned up.
Oh, good idea.
I have the Clash singles box set. Best punk band ever, in my opinion. Yeah, some people say that, and some people don't like the Clash. It's so. I've heard different people say different things about that. John Goris, I like the Dead Boys myself. I only recently made the connection that he survived and went on to a solo career, then lead of Lords of the New Church. Ran over in Rome, age 40, apropos to a rocker. Yeah. How about that? I wish we could just play music, man. It would be great if John Goris and Werewolf by Lunchtime just come on and we could just spin records. Okay, you play 3 songs, and then or you play a song, I'll play a song, and it's just like we're DJs. And it's like I'll queue up I'm the next one. I'll queue up a song or a record or some video from. That would be great. And it would be beneficial to the artists because they'd get exposure to all the 13 people watching. I just think, how do people find out about music if it's like it's being held from people? You can't play that song, you'll get a copyright claim or strike. Well, man, then how do people become exposed to music? Yeah, Callie, the what more white cat, was so scared at the vet, like her fur was flying off everywhere.
Oh, wow.
And then there was a little worm there on the table where she sat down, I guess. Oh my gosh. So, they both have, worms, so they've been treated for that.
That's good.
So maybe she clenched so hard it pushed one of them out in fear. Um, oh man, I hate this stupid StreamYard's made it really hard to read these comments. That would be cool. Susie and the Banshees, Arabian Nights, please. Yeah, Susie and the Banshees are great. I think she used to wear swastikas too, didn't she? Pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm positive, in fact.
Yeah, I think she wore like an officer's cap or something, didn't she?
And yeah. Yeah, Trump showed the guy's knuckles and hand, and it said MS-13.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then this old friend of mine from high school. Uh, she used to sit across from me in art class, and I'm friends with her, on Facebook. And so she's a punk rocker, and she made a documentary about punk rock in Texas. I'd never seen it, but uh, anyway, she put a post on Facebook about or maybe she was reposting someone else. Just because the guy is MS-13, that means as much that he's a gang member as what's the press lady's name? It's not Kaylee McEnany. What's the new one called? The blonde that does the press briefings.
Carolyn Levitt.
Carolyn Levitt. It said having MS-13 means on his knuckles means about as much about him being a gang member as that big cross that Carolyn Levitt has means that she's a Christian.
My God.
It's like,
Exploitation.
maybe he's just put it
Completely
on there to
insane.
be cool because he's in a rap band.
Completely insane.
I mean, who would you rather live in the apartment next to you or in the house next to you? Someone that wears a cross or someone that has MS-13 tattooed on their knuckles? Uh, that would be the correct response to that lunacy. Um, uh, well, Doug Tiger sent the box to me today of I won did I tell you I won the prize of his contest?
Yeah, that's great.
So they'll actually give me some content. I can open a box. 'Cause I don't have anything to. I mean, I guess I could show. I don't really want to go upstairs. I kind of do, but I'm kind of keeping the dog downstairs so the dog doesn't disturb my wife upstairs. Let's see if I've got any text messages. Hold on. What am I seeing there? Oh, I thought you were making hamburgers.
No, I'm still making
I,
it.
I was seeing the blocks there. I thought it was hamburger meat. I think I'm getting hungry, man. That must be why I'm
No,
seeing hamburgers. Um, we're out by lunchtime. She's in the background of a show in the UK with the Pistols before there was a band. She was hanging out with a band. She says, I always wanted to meet you to the host. Your dirty front page next door. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. There's some weird stuff going on in England with at least um, Johnny Rotten knew exactly what that creepy that creepy guy that was there, like their Dick Clark, that they
Oh
found
yeah,
out was
I forget his name. Yeah,
uh
he's horrible. He has hair like that guy that you like to watch on YouTube.
David Wilcock?
Yeah, kind of. No, the other guy. He's a comic book guy. I forget. You're talking about the
What?
like the
I'm
English
talking
guy.
about the guy that was friends with the Queen of England and with
Yeah,
Prince Charles, that was running
yeah.
charities, and then they found out after he died that he had done horrible things with thousands of young
Yes.
people.
He
Uh,
has hair like the psychotronic squirt guy.
oh
Exactly the same hair.
no! What he was trying to do with his hair, that was he was trying to look like a member of a British invasion band, more like maybe one of the Birds or something. But he looked like a witch. He was like a Satan worshiper, and he had this weird witch face. But then he had the page boy Prince Valiant haircut, blonde. Yeah, that's what it was. And uh, I saw him first. That was like there's a great movie. I forget what it's. I think it's called Beat Beat Beat, and it's not really even a movie. It's just a bunch of performances, and it came out in movie theaters in probably about 65. And all the whole thing is just different British bands performing in brilliant widescreen color, and then it cuts from them to the Animals to, maybe it's not them, but I remember the Animals are in it, and and then they had some brief, like from a different source, the Beatles on stage, and they added that to the beginning, and they promoted it as like a Beatles movie, but it had the Animals and the Honeycombs, and it's brilliant footage. It's like almost like a scopatone, but that cretin appeared in between some of the songs. This guy, and he
Jimmy something.
Jimmy Savile, thank you. And he was so creepy. I couldn't believe this guy. It's like Uncle Creepy trying to be one of the British invasion people. And and I thought, what is this guy? And that's before, long before anyone knew about him. But I saw the movie like on American Movie Classics and recorded it, and I've got it around here somewhere. But he he doesn't destroy the movie, but now watching it, it would be. But anyway, I think Johnny Rotten just called him what he was on TV, live TV.
Oh, really?
But people just couldn't believe that because he was this institution. He was like their Dick Clark. But anyone rational looking at that guy would not want to have any children around him or anyone near him. But the royal family's so stupid and inbred, they either can't tell or they're completely in on it with him. Um, is Yeah, Jimmy Savile was his name. They desecrated his gravestone. Good riddance. Did they?
Oh,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
that's yeah. Oh, John Goris, I missed the comment. The Nuns were a good band. Yes, they were the opening act for the last of the Pistols' U.S. shows. Lead singer went on to become an SMO. Later lawyer's reception. Yeah, yeah. We were listening to the Nuns the other day, actually. Um, yeah, in Dallas, the night of the Sex Pistols show in Dallas, I was listening to local talk radio, uh, WFAA FM, or maybe they were, yeah, it was still WFAA then. I listen to talk radio all the time, and I wish I had recorded that with my childhood recorder. Them talking about this controversial punk show that was happening over in Dallas. My friend Randy, who is for about 7 years older than me, was at that show, and I think it's probably it was the anniversary of that was just a few days ago. I think because maybe it was in January. Anyway, how am I doing my time? Anyway, the Dallas show. Oh, the Dallas show. The opening band was the Nerve Breakers. That was the first Dallas punk band. And I haven't talked with them in years, but I was friends with Tex Edwards, the lead singer of that band, and Barry Kuda also was in that band. Yeah, but the Sex Pistols were really good, I think.
Yeah, I really liked that album. Nevermind the Bollocks. We listened to it over and over and over again at the very beginning. It was like one of the first punk tapes that I listened to. Right before Dead Kennedys and Circle Jerks, and Black Flag, TSOL. Whom I think Agent Orange. Yeah, that was it. That was the beginning. That was all the big bands in about 1980 or 81, 82 for me, right around there. 80, 81 maybe is the very beginning. When I first started hearing that music. You can amplify that with meditation and cause a halo to form over your head. That's actually a portal that you can then travel through with your whole body. So that's one of the other really, really amazing things. It's worthy of a whole new show about the time portals. And then also, we're going to cover Professor Simon's Soul next week. I wasn't sure if I'd do it this week or not. Didn't quite get the time, but we're going to cover him next week. And this is talking about how all of the matter and chemical reactions in our reality, radioactivity, everything fluctuates up and down in very interesting ways. And this has huge ramifications for portals. Oh my goodness. And I was talking to you about this guy who rotated pyramids and he's getting on gravity. Right. You guys ready? Can you see this?
I don't know. I can't see it too well.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see.
Well, but they probably can because we're watching on a big TV.
Let's try it. We're gonna see what happens when we singe the edge.
Oh no! You're really don't set off your fire alarm. This is essentially the scientific definition of rapture. Very, very fascinating. So, we got it done in 2 hours. Can you believe that? I actually have 5 minutes left. I try to keep this part of the show in 2 hours if I can. So again, it feels like I've just given birth, sort of. It's like, wow, so much great stuff that we can talk about. So I want to bring you now into the applied science. We talked about the portal. Yeah, it's really fascinating, but who cares about ultimately what difference does it make in my life? Son, you're trying to tell me that in my life, my everyday life, that some frog is caught in a rock and you break open the rock and it comes out and it appears to be fine. I don't even care. I'm just worried about paying the bill. I have got it.
I like it, you guys. I really do.
You do what now?
I liked it. We're gonna do more. That was just like the first pass. I think we'll do one more pass. We'll let it. I think we need to let the whatever this stuff I've been using. It's acrylic gloss. We need to let this acrylic gloss dry more, and then we're gonna delineate it more, and maybe use some more acrylic gloss, and then burn the edges a little bit more. Maybe try and burn the wood around the edges a little bit more. I decided to go with I decided to, instead of redoing the drawing I just did on this wood, which is hard. So what happens when I use this wood is that I'll use this drawing I did, and then usually I'll copy it, but mainly I'll just put all the paint on. So I'll put all the paint on, and then at the end, you have to go over with like a black paint pen, a couple different types of paint pens to delineate everything. And
Yeah.
I decided just to go with the original concept drawings and just glue them to the wood and then finish them on the top of the wood and do something different. That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
See?
Well, I'm enjoying your books, your book shows.
Oh, thank
Uh,
you.
Um, do you find, or do you ever look to see if how people are responding to them?
Yeah, I read the comments. I get a couple different comments. That's why I made a second video, because I received a couple comments of people saying that they liked the video. They said something like that.
Right.
Make
Yeah,
more videos
yeah,
like
I saw
this.
the
Yeah.
I saw that. Yeah.
So I made
I
another one yesterday. Yeah.
yeah, I saw that. I I've done sometimes videos sort of like that, and there are people that really like it, but it's like it seems like maybe I've just got kind of a dumb group of people who watch. I don't know. It seems like I don't get as many views on, like, I didn't get as many views on the movie poster thing either. It's like they just want comic books. But I went in the other room and I looked at the bookshelf and I found the Adam Link book immediately that I was wanting to find. It was just like the first thing I saw. I couldn't believe it because I was talking about Adam Link the other day.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you know what? I uh I looked up that Roy Rogers comic that you got
I
that
saw the
has,
picture you posted on IG.
yeah, well, I looked it up off mycomicshop.com. And it's like amazing that those how little value they have, because they seems like they had one for $7. It's like,
Did they
yeah.
really? Yeah.
But
That's
I
sad.
thought, how could, why isn't that more? But anyway, the point is, there's you showed the back cover to us where Roy Rogers is reading some books to his kids. And on the mycomicshop.com, they make a special comment about the photo on the back cover. And they say that one of the books that you can see the spine of on the bookshelf behind them is Buddy Saunders, the owner of Lone Star Comics, mycomicshop.com's favorite books. Not that that necessarily matters to people out there, but I guess it matters because they know he's really into that book. And it's
That was in
book,
that Roy Rogers issue?
yeah, it's got like zebra stripes. It's got a very distinctive book
Is that on
cover.
the back cover?
Yeah, it's on the back cover, and
All right,
it's
let's
like
look.
got tiger stripes. And
It's over
it's
here. Let's look. It's right here.
yeah. Let me look it up on mycomicshop.com real quick.
Right. There it is.
What is? Do you remember the issue number on it?
Yeah, I think it's number 11 or 13. I can't. Let me pull it up. It's
Well,
right
I'll
here in
just
this.
type in Roy Rogers. It won't take me long to find it if it's an early issue.
Right here in this stuff.
Because I was thinking I would like to have a copy of that. That cover is so cool. Just
Okay.
here it is. It says, all right. So it says Roy Rogers and the Guardians of the Malapai. Backup story, whatever. Photo covers plus a black and white photo on the inside back cover. And then it says the full color photo back cover features Roy Rogers, star of Republic Pictures, with daughters Cheryl and Linda Liu reading a Roy Rogers comic. If you take a close look at the bookcase in the background, you will find a zebra striped book jacket on the right hand side of the bottom shelf. The book is Osa Johnson's I Married Adventure and is one of mycomicshop.com founder and owner Buddy Saunders' favorite books in his collection. So they made a big deal out of that. So
There it is. You can see it. Can you see it there on the? Well, you guys can see it.
Well, I'm not. I'm off somewhere else. I'm looking
Well,
up
I've
that
got it
book.
while you're reading that. I've been showing it, so you can
Oh,
see the
okay.
image on the back cover of Roy and his daughters reading the comic, and then over here on the right is the bookshelf. The very bottom is that zebra striped book,
Yeah. So, I'm looking up the book.
number 11.
Yeah. Let me just pull up. Okay. Yeah. So, hold on. How do I get back to the? Trying to find my way back to StreamYard. Okay. So it's I was thinking if you actually owned that book, that would have been really cool to pull that out. But
Yeah, that would be cool. It's a
um,
very
it sounds like
identifiable
a
book.
very interesting book. It would probably be worth it to get that book, and then that would be make for. But let me see how I could do this. Um, okay, here's some pictures I pulled up. There's two different variations of that zebra stripe book. This is just I pulled up this from a Google image search. Um, I don't know if it would the book that's shown is probably the one at the bottom left there, as opposed to
Oh,
the
yeah,
one
yeah.
at the top
It's just,
right,
yeah, it probably is.
because it looks older. Uh, but as far as Osa Johnson, uh, it says so who this is, what this book is. It says before Joy Adamson went to Africa, so that's Born Free. Before Margaret Mead sailed to Samoa, before Diane Fossey was even born, a Kansas teenager named Osa Leti married Martin Johnson, a pioneering photographer just back from a round the world cruise with Jack London. Together, the Johnsons flew and sailed to Borneo, to Kenya, and to the Congo, filming Simba and other popular nature movies, with Martin behind the camera and Osa holding her rifle at the ready in case the scene's big game star should turn hostile. This best selling memoir retraces their careers in rich detail with precisely observed descriptions and often heart stopping anecdotes, illustrated with scores of the dramatic photos that made the Johnsons famous. It's a book sure to delight every lover of true adventure. But again, that's oh man, how do I get rid of that? It's people that were famous back then, but no one's heard of now,
Yeah.
like Roy Rogers. Yeah. So apparently they were pretty famous back then. But that book I think would look cool on any bookshelf with that tiger skin look.
Hmm.
Anyway, I got off on when I was watching your book show. I thought about that book because you got that Roy Rogers comic, and I'd read about that cool book, which sounds like a book that you would have.
Yeah, I wish
It
I
would
had
fit
it.
right in with the collection of books that you've been showing. Have you ever heard of Osa Johnson?
No, I haven't.
What kind of name is that for a Kansas kid? OSA. Oh well. Oh boy.
See,
So I got a few hours left as 59-year-old.
happy birthday, man. So we're almost 6 months apart because I turned 60 in October
Okay.
and we graduated high school at the same time. But what must have happened? So when you started first grade, you were 5, and when I farted first grade, I was 6. That was it. But we're still the same class. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Right?
I know. I remember I was always one of the younger ones in my class, it seems like. But when I was in early elementary school, I was always like the tallest one in my class, but I was the youngest. It was weird.
So here's what I'm thinking. Once this is all dry, now what I'll do is, and once this is all dry, and I add a little bit more acrylic adhesive everywhere, and maybe singe the edges more. Then I'll go
Yeah.
over everything with an art line pens. You know, a couple different
Yeah.
regular inking pens, and I'll ink over the top of this. That's my plan.
Right.
But it has to dry quite a bit. It's wet. Yeah, it flies right by, didn't it? Do you remember the significance of your 10th birthday? For some reason, I remember it. Like, you know, I really remember the party I had, but I remember the act of turning 10, like as if it meant something. Like I got birthday cards, you know, you're a decade old, things like that. Remember that?
No.
You don't?
Honestly, I'm sure it meant something to me at the time, but I can't remember.
Yeah, I remember. I used to remember every one of my birthdays, just like I used to remember every single Christmas. Used to
Okay,
like
wait a second. I
remember
would
those
have turned 10 in
when you stopped
April of
remembering them?
75, so I was still in San Antonio. Man, I need to talk to the crypt keeper of Castle Hills. Whenever I think of San Antonio, I tried calling him a couple weeks ago, but it didn't get
You couldn't
through.
get through?
No.
Mhm.
Oh, we tried calling you the other night, and it went right to immediately went to something.
Oh, I didn't know that you even called.
Well, what happened is my friend Gerald from Texas calls and says, "Man, there's a big storm headed right towards you." And I said, "Well, my phone doesn't show anything." And he says, "Put on Max Velocity." There's a guy named Max Velocity on YouTube, and he does weather reports. And he whenever some weather thing's going on, he shows the radar, and he has all these storm chasers. So the whole bottom of the screen is different guys running around the night, and there's all these tornadoes, and it's like, yeah, man, it is coming directly. And then it veered up north right before it came to our town, but there were, baseball sized hail and tornadoes and stuff.
Yeah.
And they're talking about, this is the worst, most significant catastrophic warning possible put out by the NOAA National, whatever the heck. And, and so Cleo was terrified, and I was trying not to act terrified. And then we start seeing a couple of flashes of lightning out the window, but nothing. We didn't even get a drop of rain ultimately. And I mean, I guess it's best to be prepared. But if he hadn't called, we would have probably just watched television, and we never would have been aware of it, watching something coming towards us that never came. We would have just been completely ignorant of it. And so, oh well. Um, Gerald likes to
That
watch
sounds good.
Oh my gosh, what is this now?
The Cape Crusader?
Yeah, that's great. Is this a sketchbook you've been doing?
Yeah, it's a sketchbook. Here's Halloween.
Yeah.
There's Black Bolt.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one. I think you
Yeah,
drew that on the show or something.
the most recent stuff I did. So we're gonna start something new.
I need to get a sketchbook. We're by lunchtime. I got a snow speeder for my 10th birthday, a toy one, not a real one, and it was the greatest present ever until the AT-AT I got for Christmas.
Oh, those are great.
Oh gosh, that means you were born in 1970. Is that correct, Werewolf by lunchtime? Because Empire Strikes Back is 1980. Wait a second. If it came out in May of 80, the toys would be out. Let's see. 10. Yeah, you might have been born in 71. I don't know. Let's see. 71, yeah, see, because the toys wouldn't be out immediately upon the release of Empire Strikes Back. That AT-AT or however you pronounce it, that was, because they never actually say it in the movie, I don't think. Uh, that was that was an impressive toy. Uh, the Star Wars toys that came out for the first movie were really pretty shitty. The ships were pretty good, but the little figures of the people were embarrassing, really. Um, but then by the second movie, they're starting to get really good. But yeah, but well, I put the link if anyone wants to come on. Let's try to get these other people delayed release in the UK as well. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, in England, they're going to show at some theater the real Star Wars movie. The first Star Wars movie, they had someone found a print of it before George Lucas tinkered with it, and people are saying that's what Disney ought to do is release that digitally to all these theaters so people can see what Star Wars really looked like in 1977, and not, he's replaced all the special effects, all the scenes in space have been replaced, and those won an Academy Award. He put in this stupid footage of Jabba into the real Star Wars movie. Um, that scene was clearly cut out of Star Wars. I don't want to call it a New Hope. They cut it out of Star Wars. The scene that was going to have Jabba, who's not going to be a giant slug, and then because they cut that out, all the exposition that's covered in that scene, I think, was put into the Greedo scene, right? And so when they restored that Jabba scene, it just repeats what you just heard about Han Solo dumping a load of drugs or whatever he smuggled, you know, and it's like they just repeat everything over. It's like Greedo says, Jabba doesn't like when people just dump a bunch of stuff because they get scared. And then Jabba appears, I don't like it when people dump. I don't remember the dialogue, but it served no purpose except to, you know, try to make it fit with Return of the Jedi. Uh, okay, I don't even know what I'm doing. Oh my gosh. See, this is the life, man. This guy, David Wilcock, just talks and people are giving him money. He just got $200. That's what I need to do. Like, man, I'd stay on YouTube 24 hours a day and talk. People just give, that's the life, man. Remember that Dire Straits song that uses the FA word in it? It's horribly shocking now, but No one thought of it at the time, and that used to it made fun of MTV, but was played on MTV.
Yeah, I remember.
That was super early computer animation. What happened to them? Just these bands that were once pretty big, it's just like they just disappear.
I don't know.
That's what I was talking about earlier. I heard Marshall Crenshaw playing at the airport, and it's like, well, what happened to him? At the last minute, before the clowns got up to the boat, they hit an eddy on the water, and then they all of a sudden. Who did that song, the breakup song? Were you talking about that earlier? I was talking about that.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't remember the breakup song.
Most people who are in the media. It was like, I woke up this morning about 10:30.
Oh, okay.
So who
Yeah.
did that song?
Sniffing the Tears? Who is that?
I don't know. I don't know. Sniffing the Tears.
I'm just guessing.
We haven't heard from B-side. I was just thinking. Oh, what?
The hook. The hook is they don't write them like that anymore.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah. We haven't heard from B-sides in probably a month. Yeah, I checked out their channel last night, and they're still around.
Here's where I'm at so far. We're ready to delineate. You want to know what this is? This is so from far away, like from about 5 feet away, is this card, this picture of Bo Derek.
Oh,
and so that's way over there. So now I'm doing my own little version of it, kind of a witchy. It's already a witchy picture.
Oh, yeah.
Bo Derek.
That's kind of like her putting her retainer in.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that. She's doing
But
something with her mouth.
I think it's supposed to be some witchy Illuminati thing, or they always do this. Shh, don't talk about what we do in secret, or they cover one eye. It's one of those things. Which I used to do in my show on YouTube, doing the "Be Seeing You" thing from The Prisoner, and then I realized that's a total Illuminati thing. That's why they do it in the shows, because it's like I'm probably signifying to everyone that I'm part of the problem. So I stopped doing it. I thought that the producers of The Prisoner thought that up, but no, they were just, showing something that existed. And you see all the celebrities always doing that. I'm not sure exactly what it signifies. Could be go back to Odin. Odin gave up one of his eyes for mankind, right? What did he do? It was so that he could see more, or it was to help. I don't know. I can't remember the story of why Odin sacrificed one of his eyes.
I remember the part where he was riding around in a VW van with a bunch of hippies, and he would wear overalls all the time, and he didn't know he was Odin. He just like a big buff old grandpa. Remember that part? It was like in about 1977, I think.
Yeah.
Remember that? He was like lost on Midgard, and he had amnesia and didn't know he was Odin, and he met a bunch of hippies.
They kind of used that in that Ragnarok movie. That's another that movie I really liked, and then they had a follow-up movie called Love and Thunder that was a piece of shit.
Yeah,
and it's like, what? It's the same director. How did that happen? And that same thing with that Wonder Woman movie, and then Wonder Woman 1984 was the same director, but it was a complete piece of shit. And it's like, how is that possible? Oh, and the Joker. Now it's hard to like the first Joker movie after seeing the Joker 2. How does that happen? That someone creates something that you just love, and then they follow it up with shit that kind of just really hurts the original. Well, George Lucas did that with the prequels. And then Disney shit on the prequels and did it even worse. It's weird how that happens. And I'm sure there are musicians that have done that with their second album too, where it just makes you forget how good the first one was. Uh-oh, my wife has a comment. I didn't see it. Stephen the Tears did driver's seat, says Generation Jones.
Thank you. Yeah, that's right.
Where am I here, man?
Pretty close to the same time, because driver's seat was like eighth grade. That eighth grade? About 1978, 79 when that song was on.
Yeah, probably. Werewolf says it's at the BFI, British Film Institute. I saw Laurel and Hardy's silent films there with a piano player before I came to Australia.
Oh,
Cool. Oh, then my wife says, "Hi, fellas," and then she asks you if that's a Legacy Brutality shirt.
Yeah, it is.
And then Werewolf says, "Hi to my wife. Hope you're well." And then, oh yeah, I was telling them, by the way, what the Misfits play live tonight on YouTube from Coachella. Yeah, I was just telling them I got to record it for you. She says, I'm just sleepy, but getting through my work shift, Werewolf. I got 11 minutes left of my lunch break. Small but delicious meal. Okay, you're going to be ready to eat at 5. What time is it now? That's only an hour and a half away. I hope so. They're small meals. Oh, yes. Okay. I don't know, man. Yeah, I wanted to see the rest of the masks that Kevin had accumulated. He
He
must be
must
having
be
a
busy, right? He's
yeah.
must be
Well,
busy.
yesterday he sent as a war started, and I said not that I know of, because whenever he asked me that, it means that it's real quiet and eerie and spooky. And and he said, well, there's not even any cars on the street.
Oh, really?
And then I said, well, maybe because it's good. He said maybe because it's Good Friday, but I don't know. Maybe some people have off on Good Friday. I don't remember my birthday ever falling on Easter before. It must have. I don't understand how Easter works either. Because it's always, I guess it has something to do with Passover, but I don't know how Passover works. And Good Friday, I don't know how that works. Because it's always on a different day. I guess that's something I should have learned when I was a kid. I mean, Christmas is always on December 25th, but Easter, isn't Easter sometimes, is it always in April? Or is it sometimes, I can't, I don't know. I think it is.
Yeah, it is. I think it's always the third weekend in April or something.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah,
Okay.
it all revolves around the crucifixion or the
Of course.
depiction of the date of and the weeks leading up and everything, like Fat
Yeah.
Tuesday and Mardi Gras is all tied into it, right?
Yeah, I just
This past week was Lent, and then Good Friday is the is the opposite, really. I mean, well,
so
he's not risen. Good Friday is the crucifixion day, is the day
right.
that and then
So
Sunday is when is
so they
resurrected on
have
Sunday.
to. So
I
it's
don't
not
know.
an exact day that he was crucified. It's just they're trying to structure it around a weekend. So he was crucified on. He rose on a Sunday. So they have to, but it's not the actual day necessarily
Okay.
because they've got to have a Friday for a Good Friday and they've got to have Easter Sunday. So if it's the third one of the month, the numerical day doesn't matter. It's just that it is. I don't know how. I mean, Christmas, you understand it's the 25th. Doesn't matter what day of the week, but Easter has to be on a Sunday. So therefore, uh,
I feel like Fred Astaire explained all of this in that Peter Cottontail.
no, I don't. Do you think
Yeah.
he did? Because I don't think. I have
You
a
don't think
feeling
so?
Jesus isn't mentioned in that at all.
Maybe they don't even mention it, I guess. I don't know.
I
Yeah,
don't
maybe.
think they do. I don't know, man. I don't think they do.
Probably not.
Just like I don't think. I think the only Christmas special where Jesus is mentioned is that Charlie Brown Christmas, right? Where Linus gets up and starts reading from the Bible. I don't. I think everything else you just assume that Christmas is all about Santa Claus's birth, because everything's all about Santa Claus and Rudolph. They never. Uh,
Christmas isn't what is it? What do they say in the Grinch? Like, don't they say so? It's a feeling in your heart. Christmas isn't
yeah,
a.
it's completely. Yeah. Well, there was also the little drummer boy, but I always kind of hated that. This is, that was not as much fun as Rudolph. Something about the
Christmas
little
isn't a
drummer
time to
boy.
bitch. It's a feeling in your heart. Something like that. That
Well,
was the
it's
catch.
his, well, his heart grew 3 sizes that day, or something like that. Oh yeah, well, Christmas isn't about presents. Yeah, it's
That's what they would say. Christmas isn't about presents.
yeah. Which of course every kid reading that book,
Completely lie.
it
Makes no
completely
sense. All
that's
year
not
long,
true.
you're waiting for the present the entire year. You're counting down to the day. Can't even sleep. Remember that? How you would like? I mean, maybe 3 hours, 4 hours of sleep. I would get.
I've
I'd be
yeah,
immediately like five
I've
thirty a.m.
I've noticed Dr. Seuss books being pushed again. I noticed them having prominence in bookstores and libraries now. For a while, they'd pulled them back and were like hiding them because they were embarrassed about Dr. Seuss. Now, I guess it's okay. It's okay to like him again because Trump's president or something. It's like all of a sudden, it's like, you know, how dare he not like the Japanese during World War II? I think, I think he might have had some depiction of Chinese people in some book he did in 1939 where they are stereotypical looking, and therefore we've got to completely cancel Dr. Seuss.
What was the problem? Do you remember that book that he had called McGulligan's Pond about the kid and with the fish? There was a
I don't
problem with that. I can't remember what it was. I feel like some of the problem that they had to do with Dr. Seuss wasn't what you were talking about. It was more that his stories were fables that were anti-communist, anti-socialist, and they were kind of pointing out to the leftists that the leftists were wrong. I mean, that's what his books. A lot of the
Yeah.
stories are about that.
My wife said and said Vampira. I think you're talking about what he's drawing. That's actually Bo Derek, but I can see how you think that because the way the hair kind of is.
Oh, who did she
Gen-
think it was?
I think she thought you were drawing Vampira, maybe.
Hmm.
Easter falls on the first Sunday after the first full moon after the spring equinox. Okay,
Oh,
that makes sense, but I'd never remember that. Werewolf by lunchtime. Monday is the day the Easter Bunny came to life to bleed us dry. Um, well, I've noticed. You notice things when you really pry beneath the surface, like Helen Keller. We all know Helen Keller, how she learned to read and write, and the miracle worker, but does anyone ever talk about Helen Keller as an adult? Nobody does. Well, it turns out Helen Keller was a major communist activist. Oh, okay. Well, maybe that's
she was some
why.
sort of a mouthpiece. Like they used
Yeah,
her to
yeah,
speak, and yeah, that's why there's those T-shirts that say Helen Keller denier. You can even buy
right.
them on Amazon. Yeah.
Well, you know something I noticed that uh, Laura Ingalls Wilder, that wrote the Little House on the Prairie books in the
Hmm.
1930s,
Yeah.
that these books are classified as historical fiction. And I'm thinking, wouldn't they be classified as autobiographies? Because this is her life experiences.
Hmm.
And I mean, historical fiction, the way I think of it, is like the Red Badge of Courage. It takes place in a historical time, but the characters are fictional. Or the movie, the Titanic movie, the Cameron Titanic movie, it's historically accurate. A lot of the captain, a lot of the characters on the ship are real people. They look like they did, but the two lovers, the main characters, are fictional. So that's historical fiction. That's, something takes place in World War One. Saving Private Ryan, historical fiction. But if you're writing about your childhood growing up as a pioneer, settler, whatever, seems like that would be autobiography. So I looked this up, and it's like, is Little House on the Prairie considered historical fiction or autobiography? And it says it is normally considered historical fiction because some of the things she said aren't true. Like she didn't mention that her little brother died. And it's like, well, she left her little brother's death out because she's writing this for little girls and boys that are in elementary school, and that might be disturbing. So therefore, it's historical fiction. Well, then there's some quote I read. I did a kind of a deep dive into this the other day because I was curious.
Hmm.
The little uh, there was a quote from her. It says everything she said this years, 70 years ago. She said, "Everything I wrote is true, uh, but some truths or no, she would have said truths. That's a some some true things have been left out, but I haven't lied, but I haven't mentioned everything." And she later wrote an autobiography that was more adult, where it talked about everything that happened in her life. But
Hmm.
so people are looking at, oh, see, this is what really happened. Uh, During the Depression, when she was writing these books, she was very against FDR. And in these books, it's stressed that they rose when they had problems. They figured out a way to solve their problems. They didn't rely on the government, and because she was very much against the New Deal and everything, and she thought, Pa figured out a way. He was against, and they said, well, that's not true, because this one time they were in Iowa and they had all these debts, and then they just split and went to Missouri, the family. And this, so basically she was coming up against the big government. And
Yeah.
so they say, well, that's just not true. Her stuff is historical fiction because things were not that idyllic and nice for the settlers. Their lives were constant torment. And she says, and some of the characters say the only good Indian is a dead Indian in those books. And so that's horror. So they just want to say that's all a bunch of fantasy and hooey. So that's why they want to sell it as historical fiction and not autobiography. And that's what they'll do to people. That's how they can, they can. That's how they can shaft people. And there's a few other things they didn't like about what she did. I can't remember what else, but um, so if you write something, you don't mention every horrible thing that ever happened to you, then you're just not telling the truth. You've got to admit every bad thing that happened to you, and just admit that the government could have helped you out if you. I don't know. Um, my goodness. What is going on here? What is she says, I'm a Helen Keller denier. Generation Jones. Look at the comment above if you really want to know who the breakups are. I'm not typing that again. I thought we just looked at that. What? Well, didn't we? Didn't it say Greg Ken? Yeah, I already read that. Yeah. It's very hard to read these comments. They made me have to turn my camera. Love the Louise painting, Meyer.
Oh,
Louise painting. What are they talking about?
who said that?
Oh, Brooks. Yeah, it was Werewolf by Lunchtime. That is a great Louise painting.
Louise
Yeah,
Brooks.
I'm not used to just hearing Louise. I was thinking Tina Louise. uh, yeah. Oh, my wife said that. Wait, I'm making it mixed up. Oh man. Okay, Werewolf said love the Louise painting. My wife said that is a great Louise painting. And then she says, "See you guys, got to get back to it." Uh,
Made it
so
myself.
boring palette measure stuff. Killer Angels is also historical fiction. Um, yeah. Well, you know what? I guess I can. Yeah, I can see the Killer Angels. Well, yeah. Well, it's historical fiction because it's not. Yeah, the Killer Angels. All the characters are historical characters, and it's written by someone today imagining the words that were said. In some cases, you know the words that were said from contemporary sources, but in some, it's like uh, Braveheart. You don't know exactly what was said but they're historical characters. So it's history. So would you say Patton is historical fiction because they've had to come up with things that Patton said, and you're coming up with words that, because even in an autobiography, you're relying on someone telling you what they thought, what they said, which is their memory of it. And if you're writing about historical characters, you're having to imagine what they said. So I guess if you're writing about Thomas Jefferson, he's talking to his wife, or George Washington's son, his wife, does it become fiction because you're creating dialogue? But the Killer Angels, real people, you're writing a novel. I would say that's historical novel. I guess a novel is fiction, but fiction has a connotation to it. I just don't know. But when you're writing a novel about your own childhood in the 1870s and it's not in the 1930s, and you're writing about something that happened 60 years ago when you were a little girl, to me, you know, that's, you pretty much remember what your pa said and your mom said and your sister said. Um, I just, and what things were like. I don't know. Maybe it's just that the word fiction has a connotation of it being, I don't know. What do I know? I just know I don't trust people that, I don't trust most people. I know people like when when you see read the headline, community organizer killed by police while praying, and then you see the actual, did you see that footage? Did I send that to you,
Yeah, I
Mike?
watched the whole thing. I watched all of it. The whole, like, I watched the
I've
full
never
20-minute
seen any. I,
version. Yeah,
I showed that to Cliff,
amazing.
and she was really anxious watching it because it's like, have you ever seen anything like this in your life? The guy steals the police car and then starts telling stories. It's like he knows the police radio's recording him. So it's like he's doing a radio show while he races down the highway. And when someone's saying, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, and keeps talking about Jesus, then occasionally the F word gets dropped. It's really funny. I mean, someone's saying, I rebuke you. He keeps talking about Jesus. Get out of the fucking car. It's, I mean, I guess it isn't funny. Well, it is funny because I laugh, but I mean, it's obviously someone that's insane and someone that's no longer alive, but just, it was something. And they're saying, he said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus while he's punching him. Now, they said that policeman was defending himself pretty well. I couldn't tell. Uh, the That looked pretty brutal, man.
Yeah, a very dangerous and poorly handled situation by the officer, to be honest. It was a very poorly handled situation by the officer. The officer showed dangerous lenience by not terminating the threat, to be honest. And so
Yeah, I
that
heard
individual
people in the
stole that
comments said that
vehicle.
he
And in
should
that
have.
vehicle was an assault rifle. He could have killed many, many people driving around crazy. That guy was completely psychotic. The cops should have
So,
shot him 10 times, in my opinion.
yeah,
That's
that's
what I
what
would have loved
people in
to
the
see.
comments were saying. The taser did nothing to him at all. Yeah, so they were saying if he had done that, yeah, because he created such a hazard, and then they were trying to do the, what do they call that, pit maneuver on the police car he had stolen.
So sad.
There was a lot of other traffic around that he could have spun around into somebody else.
Yeah. So the cultural Marxists in the media and in politics have affected policing to the point where the police are afraid to do their jobs. They're not
Yeah,
going to do their jobs. If that individual, the psychotic guy that stole the cop car, if he had looked a different way, or if he had been a she, or if he had been an it, or who knows what, I don't know what, but it would have been a different outcome. But because of the percentages and the optics, that cop had to think about his life, his livelihood, his career, his family. So he did the best he could, and he did the best job he could to survive and not get his name in the news. We don't even know who that guy is. If he had shot him, trust me, we would know who that cop is.
yeah, they were. It would have been all summer long.
Yep.
Well,
That's what they're
but he
hoping
was
for.
shot.
That's how it's
After,
set up. That's what they want.
ultimately, he did get shot after
Yeah, and they also said he was a community leader, right? So it's hilarious how in the beginning, they really wanted body cams. Now that we have body cams, it's thank goodness we have body cam footage to find out what the truth is. Because if we didn't have body cam footage, they would have said made up all kinds of stories about that situation.
Yeah, Generation Jones says, I guess it's classified as a novel, right? A gray area, I guess. Werewolf
I'm
by Lunchtime.
fatigued.
Fiction, I don't believe it. I have Louise Brooks' autobiography at 7th in my to read pile, says Werewolf. I will let you know how good it is in 2027. And he says, got a pile of EC reprints to read as well. My favorites.
So look
I
what I
can't
did.
keep clicking on the comments because it's hard to do. Yeah,
So
let's see what you.
this thing was too big. See how it says it was too big.
Mhm.
Yeah. So we downsized it and made it smaller.
Yeah.
So now it's smaller and it doesn't take up as much of the picture. It's still there.
Hey, did you send that Roy Rogers thing to Charlton 66?
Yeah, I did. Yep, I did. He really liked it. He even said his wife liked it. Like I got like hang in the house approval.
Cool.
Anyway, yeah, I'm fatigued by the news. I don't even like these stories that have been happening. I avoid them. These certain stories, these racially uh, motivated high optic stories, they piss me off. I've been avoiding them, except for the one that has to do with that guy being deported, that
Oh yeah,
the Maryland dad. So I've been
yeah.
loving
The
that
father.
story. Like, I loved that senator going there, and I loved Bukele. I love that whole thing. It's everything's still great. We're still winning. It's just it's really sad what has to happen. This summer's going to be pretty bad here.
Yeah.
They're going to be acting up. How about that David Hogg? Did you see this guy? That guy is something else. The kid that was at the shooting in like Florida like 8 years ago, and now he's
Right.
all the way up into like Democrat like leadership, and he's a complete nutbag, and it's great.
Yeah.
It's really great, dude.
Right.
He's gonna do a great job of completely putting them in the toilet where they
I
belong.
remember at the time that happened, his story was so weird and convoluted. He was like hiding out in the high school from this Esser, and then he said, I was at home that day and I heard about the Essing, so I got on my bike and went to school. Who
That's
the
his
hell
story.
does? And then I hid under it. I swear, am I wrong? Is that the story he told?
I think that was his story. Yeah.
Like, what in the name of who the hell? Well, that's happening. I better go be a V. Um, it made no sense, and it seems like it changed every time he told the story. Uh, yeah, he's really up there high now, is he?
Yeah, he's some sort of I don't know what the title is, but he's an active leader in the
Well,
party.
yeah, I know. They're hoping AOC will be the next big presidential hope. She, because they gave her AOC because it sounds like FDR and JFK and well, it used to be RFK, but they don't want to talk
And
about him anymore.
BLT,
But they
yeah,
used to love RFK.
PI, PI,
Who's dead?
LSD,
What LSD? uh,
DMT, FTA.
yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
terrible. She's awful. She's hilarious too. They're all great. The party, I love watching all the clips of like CNN and MSNBC, like seeing what they say. Like it's so entertaining, and then seeing, like, I guess CNN has this wacky, they got a couple wacky guys that they hired on to try and help their ratings that are like completely adverse to the cult, and so it's got to be angering the cult. One is this wacky guy that shows the poll numbers, and he jumps up and down and he says, this is the
Yeah,
lowest the Dems have ever been, right? That guy, he's hilarious. The other one is this guy, I think his name is Chris Jennings. He's the guy that just calls everybody on their shit every night on CNN, and he savage takes, man. He just destroys them. And it's great. It's interesting. I'm not sure why CNN is doing it. They're just don't know. They definitely have a plan. They're trying to make us watch. They're trying to get people like me to watch the content, but I don't watch their content. I watch YouTube creators clipping it and making fun
Right.
of it.
Yeah.
But it is entertaining watching them lose. It makes me feel good to watch them lose. To see them miserable.
Right.
Guy James Carvell, I love. Anytime I see his face on a video, I'm going to click on it because I love to hear his ridiculous, psychotic, delusional takes. And he's
What
like one of
happened
their
to his
oldest.
wife? Did she pass away? He used to always be with his wife.
Who's that?
James Carville
Oh,
used
really?
to have a shtick where he was married to a conservative woman, and they would
I don't
have a
remember that.
little. They would be a little Bickerson's thing. It
I
was
don't
like they
remember that.
loved each other, but they were on the opposite side politically. And that was back, I think, when Clinton was president, and it was kind of a
He
cute
looks like
thing.
this. He looks like Cremation Carrie now. He looks like he's all
Yeah,
burnt.
he looks horrible now, and he's so violently angry. He used to be more centered.
Comical.
Yeah,
The takes are comical. How they're so completely in their own bubble that they still haven't actually done the research. Like they still don't even understand why they lost. They don't understand who we are. They don't understand who Trump is. They don't understand how the populist movement worked or how it still works. They just completely don't get it. It's entertaining as hell.
so we're by lunchtime. I don't know what you're talking about. I just fall asleep listening to Art Bell every night. Mad conspiracy stuff. I just like the madness. You must be listening to repeats because Art Bell died 20 years ago. But I guess they have repeats on YouTube.
Yeah, they
Uh,
have. There's a couple channels that have all of his stuff on YouTube, but they haven't been posting recently. It's been a couple of months since they've been posting. They were posting like every night for a while.
that was something those days of Art Bell.
Well, I used to listen to it, back in the 90s. We listened to it early 2000s, like live, as well as, do you remember Loveline with Adam Carolla and Dr. Drew? It's a good
Right.
show. Yeah. And
And
it's interesting how they both turned out. Isn't it kind of interesting how cool Dr. Drew and the other one, Dr. Phil, people that came through the mainstream NPC world, they came out like their brains work, like they're like normal thinking people. It's really interesting, that
yeah,
they don't remain controlled by the machine.
yeah.
Nice. I like that.
Um, yeah, I remember Art Bell broadcast from a trailer in Pahrump, Nevada, right? And he was near Area 51.
Yep.
I remember he was Air Force,
He married
and he
a
was he
woman
was
from the
he was
Philippines. The channel that used to put his stuff up on YouTube used to share all these great photos, like family photos of art at his like daughter's middle school graduation, or him with his wife and his daughter and their house and everything. It's really
yeah.
neat, like as thumbnails and throughout the video. If you listened to like 3 hours
Oh,
of his video, like of Midnight at the Desert, they would put up some still images that you would never see. Like I had never seen the images because I'm not that big of a fan that I searched Google for every picture of Art Bell. But it was nice to see him happy with his family and everything.
yeah,
Nice
but
guy.
which family?
I always liked him.
He
Which
he he
family?
was. I remember he was married to a witch, right? And then they divorced, and then he married some Filipino
Yeah,
teacher and moved to the Philippines. Am I
yeah.
wrong?
Those are the pictures that they always show. Yeah.
Oh, it was the new family.
Yes, they always show pictures of him with. But they show pictures of him when he's young too, like in the Air
Okay.
Force. I've seen pictures of him when he's in the Air Force too.
Okay. So when he married the woman in the Philippines, they had kids together, and
It
or
sure
she
looks like
already
in
had.
the picture. It looks like he has a daughter. Like when he's like 60, he looks like he has a 5-year-old daughter. I think.
Okay, so all right, so enough years passed after he married the Filipino woman before he passed away that okay. Yeah, I wasn't quite sure. I just remember it was jarring that he moved to the Philippines and it was a much younger woman, I think he married. But he was married to a witch, and so was David Wilcock, his wife that divorced him, I think was I don't know if she was a witch, but she was definitely into a lot of I don't know, where you take the bottles and you go around the rim. She seemed kind of, she seemed nice, but she seemed kind of more on the witchy side. Um,
What did he used to say at the beginning of the show? He would say, "We have two rules, or one. There's one rule," and he would. I was always confused by these rules, but one of the rules I think was we're only going to take one call, and I was like, "What the hell? Why is it always one call?" And but he would say that. I think he would say something about there's no something and only one call, or he would say something. I can't remember what it
that
was.
was Art Bell said that?
Yeah, Art Bell at the very beginning, he would say that. I liked how he came across as being a skeptic, but at the same time not being critical or right. It was like he was, go ahead, let's let him cook. Go ahead, buddy. Tell me about, you know, spiritual. What was the thing what was the one where it was where you could be someone, you could be somewhere else and be seeing something and then come back?
Oh, yeah, a remote viewing. He
Yes,
did that a
remote viewing.
lot.
So that was a big one for a while. He would have guests coming on talking about remote viewing. Yeah.
Right.
And he
Yeah,
would just
that's
go
how
right
I
ahead.
first
Let's
heard
go
about it.
for 90 minutes about this. And he would barely interrupt. I liked that he would let the crazy people talk.
David Packard's watching. Yay, not yay.
What?
Yeah, I was listening to Art Bell regularly starting from the early 90s. Yeah, me too.
What's up, Damon?
Man, I've been really enjoying your channel, Damon.
Yeah, me too. I watch all your videos.
You're a master. What you're
Yeah.
doing with AI is incredible. Werewolf by Lunchtime, Paranormal Radio 24. I'm stroking the cat and hair's coming off, and I'm getting all covered with cat hair and itchy. He died at 72 about 5 years ago. When did he stop broadcasting? He wasn't broadcasting. A long time ago, this guy took over George Noory, right?
Yeah, the name sounds familiar. I remember that.
Oh my gosh, the hair is killing me. Ed Dames was just on George Noory a few nights ago. Oh. Um, yeah. I've completely forgot when I got married. I completely forgot about all the late night. That's what I would turn on in the middle of the night. But when you get married, you don't have as much choice what you put on in the middle of the
Yeah, you
night.
don't leave the stereo on all night. Like that's
Yeah,
what,
well,
okay. Remember the receiver that had the toggle switch? Like there was no remote control, no timer. So I would leave my stereo on loud. Like when I would go to bed, the stereo would be on out in the living room. I could
yeah.
hear Art Bell on the stereo.
Well,
I would just leave it on all night. And then I'd
I,
wake up and like Y&T would be playing because it would always be like these heavy metal channels that would play the talk show stuff at night, I think.
right. I got in to the habit of playing replays of Alex Jones as I slept. Then I met Cleo, and when she first met me, I have this little FM transmitter that it's about the size of a pack of cigarettes, and I'll broadcast all the FM, any radio that has FM in the house. And oh my gosh, I'm so itchy. Uh, Tears all over my face, my hand. Ah. Anyway, I would just play Alex Jones to every radio in the house. She couldn't. She came in. She couldn't take it anymore. Someone's yelling at her everywhere in the house. But yeah. Um,
You
but we
did that because you
effectively
wanted
do the
to.
same thing. In order to sleep, we have to put on crazy people in the middle of the night, and then sometimes the shit gets into your dreams, and it's like there's a guy that helps us sleep, and it's not because he's boring. This guy, David Vos, you know
Yeah,
him?
I know who it is. Yeah.
He's we'll sometimes listen to him. He could put us to sleep real quick, but God damn man, this he always starts. Uh, well, it's a beautiful day here, and we're at whatever state he moves around a lot because he kind of it's like a nomad. So it's the sun shining and it's wonderful, and then he starts talking about how the the world's gonna end. Uh, What else? She's got this. There's some guy on YouTube that says that the reason people are scared of clowns is because the Nephilim look like clowns. The angels, whatever, slept with human women. Their children, were giants, and mutated things that David had to throw slingshot rocks at and stuff, and they were wiped away by the flood and all that. Well, according to this guy, that their faces look like clowns, and that's why clown makeup exists to look like it's like a memory of these things. And he has all these videos. The Nephilim look like clowns or whatever.
Come on.
So sometimes I hear that stuff in the middle of the night, but I don't know, man. I kind of try to tell her we need to listen to old time radio, man. We need to have because there's all these streams where you can listen to. So, but I need to get her hooked on that. You can just listen to Suspense or Inner Sanctum all night long, or uh,
Yeah,
uh,
there's that one channel that I listen to. You subscribe to it. That's all night.
there's not much. I don't think there's much surviving. There was a Joe Palooka radio series. There's not much surviving of that. Have you ever heard it?
No, I haven't.
And the Lore Fanati, there's not much of that on YouTube. I don't. There must not be much recorded. Because it seems like all they have are those albums that came out in the '70s. Oh my gosh. What are these humans in the chat saying? Uh, we're up by lunchtime. I listen on my tablet. I have Rain on Spotify on Alexa. I don't have white noise. I can't sleep. Yeah, we have the same kind of deal going on. Face on Mars. Damon says we're up by lunchtime. Damon says it is a code for Sidonia. Hoagland, yeah. By lunchtime smiles. 0 hour. Yeah. Well. Yeah. I remember Ghost to Ghost on Halloween. People would call and tell ghost stories
Yeah,
all night long.
I think you could probably search that on YouTube, and you could probably just listen to Ghost
Yeah,
episode.
I remember there were a couple that I remember. Like a grandmother at the back door. It's horrible being dead. It's just like at the screen door. And this other one, lady was running across some cemetery in Hawaii, and the hands were coming up and clawing her like a EC comic. Um, yeah, I don't know. When you understand the hyperdimensional physics involved, which I just showed you guys, there can be no. Man, those little cats must still be upstairs, man. Jeez.
There's a channel on YouTube, obviously on YouTube. There's this channel that I've been watching. It's called Boomer Channel, I think. It's usually just shitty stuff that they post up, like old episodes of Heart to Heart or something. But somehow, some way, recently they've gotten copies of not all of them, some of the Tarzan movies that they never had rights to show before, like Tarzan and the Lost Fountain or the Lost Safari, Tarzan and the Magic Fountain, Tarzan and the Mermaids. This guy's been posting in the last week or so, and we've been watching some of them. They're great. But yeah, I don't know what happened to the copyrights. Must have fallen off on some of the old Tarzan movies.
Yeah, I saw Tarzan's New York Adventure was in my feed. Damon Packard mentioned 0 Hour, and okay, there were two really great science fiction shows, but they were past the golden age of radio, but they were great. One was called Dimension X, and one was called X minus one. And they were early 50s. But he's right. There was a show called 0 Hour and that one had an adaptation of Robert Bloch's. What was it, Robert? Man, what was that story called? Uh, um, Let me look this up real quick before I say something incorrect. Damn it.
Takes a long time for your phone to charge when you're live on stream.
I know.
Whatever this is. I can't. I mean, it's been 2 hours and I've gone from 30 to 50. I'm gonna unplug, or maybe I'll try and switch around. I just kind of want to. I'm almost ready to get back to drawing. The stuff is dried enough that I can do more.
I can't remember the name of this story. Let me look it up.
To finish these art pieces.
Man, I can't remember, man.
What is that?
I think it was a Robert Bloch story, and it's I've tried to remember the name of the damn thing. Where am I? It's about it's this little kid that's kept in the basement. Wow, what is it called? I was thinking it was called More Human Than Human, but I looked that up. All I get is that Robert Zombies, Rob Zombie's song. Uh, uh, yeah, no, this song it's a famous title. Uh, the little kid is kept in the basement, and he's he comes up to look at he can barely the story's first person from this creature, and the parents keep him down there, and they beat him if he tries to come up and look through the window, and then finally, he talks about his father beat him and he went up. You have to imagine how horrifying this thing must look, because he talks about going on the ceiling and probably has tentacles. Man, what is that story called? But I think Zero Hour did an adaptation of that story, but I could be wrong. Uh, Damon Packard, I still want to read Robert Bloch's version of Psycho 2. I have not read his completely different than the movie. Yeah. Same thing with uh same thing with Return of the Living Dead, the one that John Russo wrote. He wrote a book that's uh, before the movie that is completely different sequel to Night of the Living Dead. Uh uh Damn, I can't remember that story's name, but it's really good because it's almost like it's written almost like the Horta in Star Trek wrote it, that said no kill eye. It talks kind of this thing writes like that because he's never been given a proper education. This little creature that may actually be older than being a little kid, but kind of talks like one. Uh, yeah, yeah. Uh, I have the Psycho book, but I've never had Psycho 2, which is weird because it seems like it would be a more commonly found, like they would have printed more copies that you'd see that everywhere. Robert Bloch's Psycho 2. Um, I Damon, do you know I've told the story a bunch of times, but you know the story about Norman Bates, how he was based on Calvin Beck from Castle of Frankenstein magazine. Uh, it's a interesting story, uh, but let's see. And what are you working on now, Damon? Can you give us any previews of whatever you're working on now? This cat here driving me crazy.
I like everything, Damon, but I really, really enjoyed that recut or the new version you did of your dad's Venice Beach art career or something. The newest one where it's Venice Beach and the tsunami comes and
He's
I like
working
that
on fit. Yeah,
a
he's
lot.
working on a
Watching the
Toto
whole movie.
video. Looks like.
I loved it so much, like watching the whole movie. And then your musical choices are always perfect, like that one that you did about the eyes. That song we were just talking about, these one-hit songs, that one-hit wonder type songs.
When you use music,
Pretty good.
what happens with YouTube when you make a music video? I mean, is it just gets an automatic copyright claim, which means you can't ever monetize it? Or have you ever put it together a video with music where they won't let you upload it? Um, I don't. I wish YouTube was more free with letting you play music. If you credit the artist, you should. If you don't monetize someone else's song, and if you credit the artist, it seems like all you're doing is doing them a favor by helping publicize, even if it's a song from 30, 40 years ago. It seems like it's a good deed. They flag they flag it and usually let it upload. Okay, yeah.
And
So and then
then
that's
they give
it.
you a copyright strike and say that it's not monetized or something like that.
No, it's not. A strike is a serious thing. A copyright
Oh, it's
claim
not
just means
okay.
a copyright claim means that you can't ever monetize it and it is banned from being shown. Usually it's places like Russia and Iran. For some reason, they're not allowed to see. Lunchtime says it feels like you have cat hairs on your face, but it's just your imagination. I get it, drives me crazy. No, I really do have cat hairs on my face. I I think so.
Yeah,
They're
the worst is
everywhere.
if a cat brushes up against you like a day or two after you shaved, then their hair sticks underneath your beard stubble. Isn't that the worst? And then it's there,
Does
but
that
you can't
happen?
quite get it. You know what I'm talking about? It sticks
I
to you.
don't know.
Yeah, that
Maybe
happens to me with my
they
son's cat.
they they made it so hard for me to click on these clips, these comments. I keep clicking on the same one. Oh no. Um, Facebook is much worse on music muting. Okay. Um, for some reason, Instagram is very loose on that. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, some of the things that have affected the you know that Damon uses, it's like, man, I thought I was the only person in the world that was so affected by that thing in the 70s.
Yeah.
Uh, when I was a little kid, I don't know if it was my dad's or my older brother's, he had the soundtrack to Airport, right? And that opening theme from Airport, when they're clearing the snow off the airport. That theme is so dynamic. I was, as a kid, I was imagining someday, I was reading the old Fantastic Four comic book, I think, that the theme to Airport would be a perfect theme in my mind for a Fantastic Four movie. It's just so dynamic. It's like the way they used to have amazing themes that they don't do anymore for movies. It's like that. It's so dynamic. That would be great for a superhero movie. Um, and then years later, when the only Fantastic Four adaptation that's been successful is The Incredibles, and they, in the trailer, they used the music from, which is just as amazing, on Her Majesty's Secret Service. I swear they used that in one of the trailers, and that also is great superhero music. But anyway, I love the Airport soundtrack. But when Airport 75 came out, I was, all I ever did was play the airport theme on my childhood phonograph. And when Airport 75 came out, oh, I got to get the soundtrack to this. And I love that opening haunting theme to Airport 75. And he did a whole video uh, based on, like the beginning of Airport 75. And it's like, with, Karen Black walking through the airport and everything. So yeah, that was something. It's like someone else really loves Airport 75. Oh, oh my gosh, man. How many other people are painting evil garbage pail kids right now? I wonder. Uh, um, yeah, I know the one you did was Airport 75. I was setting up the thing that I was into. Uh, I was set up for loving Airport 75 from 5 years of listening to the airport theme. Yeah, Cremation of Carrie. I love. Oh, he loves Cremation of Carrie. Yeah, that
Cremation of
sounds like a
Carrie
David
and the
Packard movie title.
Bohemian Grove.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't know if I ever saw any airport movies after that. I don't. Airport 77. Everyone talked about how terrible it was. I don't think I ever bothered to see it.
I saw it. I think Dean Martin is the captain.
That was the first airport.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Maybe somebody else is the captain. Who is the hero? He comes back. Who's the guy that's the
Oh,
engineer
that's
that just?
George Kennedy's. I
Yeah,
think
George.
he's the
So
only
George
thing.
Kennedy,
Yeah.
I think, is the returning character in those
Right.
movies. If I remember. Yeah.
He says Airport 77 was good. Okay, well that's I'm sure it
I
was. I
saw
remember
one
the
of
kids in
them.
elementary school were laughing. How could they have breathed with the ship underwater? The plane underwater. Everything after that was awful. What was after Airport 77? Was there other ones?
The
Oh, there was the
Concorde or something.
Concorde, Airport 79. That's right. I didn't see that either. Okay. The first two I love, though. Um, and yeah, the opening music to Airport 75 is more haunting, but the opening theme to Airport is just like it's like listening to John Williams' Superman theme. You know, it's like damn. It's like yeah, I don't think anyone's ever going to be able to write. Why? Well, they can. Why aren't there people that can write music like they used to anymore?
Yeah, I know. Shame.
There's a pretty good. I don't know where I saw it. Maybe you sent the link to me, Meyer. The opening for an imaginary Trump anime series, was that sent to you by, but sent to me by you?
Yeah, that was like a it's old. That's from 2016. That was a Japanese anime Trump commercial, but not
No,
it's
no,
just a,
no. This
no?
is new. You're thinking of the
Oh,
one that where the little girl's fantasizing about
yeah.
Trump.
Yeah, I
No,
thought
this
that's
is
what,
one where it's completely animated because it's got Elon Musk in it and everything, and it's the
oh, I think I did see that. Yeah, okay, that is new. And yeah, it's also just a
and it
video.
also shows his ear getting shot, so it's definitely
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, it was really good, right?
Yeah, these you know, as much as I realize that AI is satanic and part of the downfall of our society, it can also provide some great joy and because I think some of the demons that help out with the AI are actually quite clever and funny. I mean, they might be evil, but they can make you laugh. That like whatever demon is inside Balin Dupree can make you laugh quite a bit. It's quite amusing. But I mean, it's horrible what she's having to go through. But, you know, she's got a boyfriend. I mean, she's probably going to have to pretty much stay housebound most of her life, and he's going to have to go out and bring things to her. But she should have an okay life. But I don't think she can ever go to a movie theater or anywhere in public and if unless she's completely acting, which case, you know, what people in Hollywood should do is they need to cast Balin Dupree not in some reality series. They need to just cast her completely in a regular, like Gone with the Wind movie, and just put her in there and let her read the lines they give her, but let her just flip out and do her own little thing in between the lines. And that would be one of the greatest movies ever made. Just her flipping out and saying all these curse words and then getting back to the actual lines. And maybe just cast the whole movie with people with Tourette's would be so great. I mean, they'll never do it, but that would be great. Just cast her in The Sound of Music. Do a remake of The Sound of Music with Balin Dupree. I that would be fantastic. Do all the songs, but let her because she could, you know, that would be great. Why did people not think like me? Uh, Damon says Airport 79 is kind of a guilty pleasure though.
I think they're
Uh,
all guilty pleasures for me. I mean, it all feels good to watch, even though it
well,
might
but
not be
Airport
excellent.
was an airport and to a lesser degree Airport 75 were legitimately I thought good movies. Oh, there was an air. Oh, wait. It says they were planning an Airport 82, which became something else, I think. And you know what I hated was Airplane 2, man. people loved it. That's when you realize that some people are really stupid. I mean, the first Airplane was so great. It was Mad Magazine come to life. And then a sequel comes out a few years later, and all these people, goes, that was so funny. I think, are you crazy? It was, it's obviously people that they just took the people from the first movie and writers that had no idea why it was funny. They just tried to reuse the same jokes, bring back the same jokes again, but they had no sense of humor. And anyone that said they like Airplane 2, maybe there was a funny scene or two with William Shatner, but that was my first sign. Okay, here's how I can tell people are really stupid. Waiting for me to feed them, so I actually did do a feeding right while we were on the air. We're going to be really happy about that. It's the time to eat yet. Almost 20 minutes. Refreshing. Bless your feathered friend. Oh boy. David, you're Joe Colomedici. I said, yeah, you know what? We got to get the. Yeah, I was going to show some comics. I was going to go up to the comic room, but I don't really feel like it. That would require walking up several flights of stairs. David Wilcock's all we got left, I guess. I don't know. Maybe is George Norrie still on? I don't even know what happens in the middle of the night anymore on AM radio. There are people who are on their knees begging for God to come and save them, and then you have the Alliance, and they're actually doing the job. And so this is, and this is not going to be the director of the NSA. So Stephen, you might want to call off the attack because he's still doing it. You can find that out today too. Yeah, I wonder if Airport 79 and the Concorde are on like Tubi TV or something. Maybe I should look at those. While we were watching it. So we saw this one last week. She's doing assault. I hear noise upstairs. Oh, what? There's comments. At one point, she acts like she's possessed. Nori is still on, but mostly worthless shows. Okay. Well, that's a shame. Yeah, I saw this video of Iran, and they have all these bootleg American restaurants. I never really knew what it looks like in the cities in Iran. It really looks pretty nice. But they have a fake McDonald's, and they have a Ronald McDonald. We don't even have him anymore. And they got the golden arches, but it's the name is slightly different. And then you go to the McDonald's, and there's like this plastic screen, and some guy comes out from inside and gives you a menu and enclosed in plastic, and you got to pick it out, and then you don't even go into the place. And then they had a fake Kentucky Fried Chicken, and what else? Oh, they had Burger Queen instead of Burger King. Some of these travel channels on YouTube are very amusing. Oh, my wife's talking to me. I don't think I'll be able to. I don't think I'll be able or ready to eat at 5. Can aim for 6 or 6:30. Okay, so I'm going to eat in about an hour or a half. All right. That's fine. My goodness. Oh boy. So a white child was brutally assaulted in the school bathroom when a group stood by and watched. One kid slammed him into the wall, spit on him. I didn't watch this video. I couldn't handle it. Threw him to the ground before stomping on him. Well, let's see. What did I do last year on my birthday? We had a cake, and it was terrible. It was funny because we could barely. It was like eating dirt. And my wife came on, and I think Eric Breen was there. Were you there, Meyer? I don't remember.
I think I was
yes,
there.
you were. You were there, and
Wasn't it a special cake that she had delivered or something?
yeah.
Okay,
she really meant for. You would have. She didn't know. Yeah, it was Eric Breen was there. You were there. Dr. Fibes was there. Because I think afterwards we talked and we all exchanged phone numbers and everything or something like that. Man, that was a year ago. I don't remember if Kevin was on there.
It flies by, huh? I can't
Yeah.
believe that was a year ago.
And then a few days after that, we had a big storm, giant hailstones. Anyway, I never finished that story. I was telling the story about how my friend had called about a storm coming our way Thursday night. And then we were watching the storm coming right at us. And while all that was going on, I said, well, should we call Meyer? And she says, yes, call Meyer. And so that we tried to call you while we thought we were about to be hit by a big storm tornado thing. I was thinking, at least someone will know our last words or something. But it was, that guy Max Velocity on YouTube made. Now, as far as these travelogue channels on YouTube, there's always been these two guys, Adam the Woo and the Carpetbagger. But now there are these other guys that are more cosmopolitan. Now I saw Adam the Woo was like in Vietnam or something the other day. He's going crossing the ocean now. I haven't watched that guy in years, but there's this young guy that goes to all these different countries. He's from, I don't know, he's from somewhere in Europe. But he has like girlfriends in Venezuela, and then he'll be on the beach with them, but he'll go into the streets of these. He knows all these languages. It's almost like he's James Bond, but he shows the food and what things are like in these countries, and uh, I can never remember that guy's name.
Something Kaz?
Kaz, that's him. Yeah.
Something Kaz. I forget his first name. The other guy you're talking about the fast food ripoff restaurants in Iran. That
Oh,
guy is good. His name is Luke Demont, and he's from Australia. And
oh,
he's in like he stayed on an island in Iran, like this resort island, for like 10 days. He made some really good videos. He makes really long form videos, like an hour or 90 minutes. Adam the Woo, he was just in Seoul, where I used to live. I lived there for a year, and so seeing him do nothing in Korea really, grinded my gears. He like looked completely bored, like he had nothing to do. He didn't talk to anyone. He didn't, at least in the videos that he made, it was pretty disappointing considering what a cool city Seoul is. He even left early.
yeah.
Yeah. But those guys,
Damon,
I'm not a big Adam the Woo fan, but I still watch his videos. I still subscribe to him. But I watch
yeah.
a couple of those younger guys you're talking about. Those
Yeah, Cleo
globe
hates
trotters.
Adam LaWoo.
Like
She hates him, and
those
the
guys, like they're able to go to certain countries because they're not American. So like it's easy for them to travel to like Nicaragua or Afghanistan or Iran and do this kind of adventure, dangerous adventure travel, which is what they
yeah.
specialize in. They go alone and then they meet people on the street, like they're live streamers, kind of. They're filming the videos, and uh, it's cool. But they're able to do it because they're not American. If
Well,
you're
how do people
American,
on the street know just looking at that Kaz that he's not American?
I don't know. Maybe they can tell by how he speaks. They don't know. They ask him where he's from. They always ask
Okay.
those guys where they're from.
Well,
But
I know one of
that
those
guy Kaz
guys was
speaks fluent.
somewhere, and it's just everyone's smiling at him. I thought that's not the way it's supposed to be. We were always told these people were horrible, but it just seems like everybody's nice everywhere. It's just
Those
the people
videos
in
of
charge of countries that are the problem. But if we just didn't have these horrible people in charge, I don't mean currently, but maybe we could, all these countries could get along. It's just people seem okay. We're in these other, I don't really see horrible things, but then I don't think they really, if the horrible things happen, they probably wouldn't put it on the show. I don't know. Uh, yeah. Did you send the link about the fake restaurants?
I don't think so. I
It's
don't
just
remember.
we're just getting a
I
lot of
think
the
it probably
same.
came up on the recommended or something. I don't think I sent a link on that.
We watch so much of the same kind of stuff that we're getting the
I know. I
same
think that we get
recommendations.
recommended the same stuff a lot.
And it might be because we communicate with each other. They know that, and so they send us similar
Oh,
links.
yeah. Yeah.
There's something going on. Damon asks, "What are you cooking? Are you cooking something?
What's up?
Are you cooking?"
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm smoking pot.
He must have thought. Well, maybe because Cleo was saying we'll eat at 6:30. No, I was gonna go. That's probably what he was talking about. No, I'm gonna go to a restaurant about a block from here and bring some food home. Um, that he must have thought we were cooking, but I have to wait. She works from home upstairs on the phone, and so I have to wait till she gets a break, and then I run and get the food, and that's what we were talking about. But no, I wasn't planning on cooking. Smoking. Maybe you saw some smoke or something. I can't even look at the screen. That's why I'm always looking away. The screen is literally this big that I'm looking at on my iPhone. It's the size of a big postage stamp, so I can't see Shiza on it. So, um, um,
I watched a good movie the other night called Chopper.
Shopper.
Yeah, it's called Chopper, and it's I guess it's a biographical, factually based movie about this guy named Chopper, and it's an Australian film, and it's about an Australian kind of arch criminal, like maybe the most famous Australian criminal in modern times. This guy named Chopper. I think his name is Mark Chopper Reed, and
Yeah.
he's portrayed in the film by Eric Bana, and it's outstanding. This is a movie that 90 minutes flies right by. I wish it was an hour longer. I wish I could see more of this guy. Eric Bana is amazing in it. The character's fantastic. The film's great. It's just all great crim action. It's just a criminal crime movie. It's really
Is
good.
Eric Bana the Hulk?
He was one of the Hulks, I think.
Is he the Hulk from the one in like the early 2000s?
Yeah, I think he was the Hulk in the good one, I think. Right?
He was the Hulk in the first the one right after Iron Man came out?
Yeah, I think so. I don't it all melds together, man. I think so though. Yeah, I think he was in the one, not the shitty one. Was he in the shitty one that was Ang Lee with all of
Oh,
the
Ang Lee was the shitty one. Although it did at least show him jumping through the desert. That was
Yeah,
actually
I liked
accurate.
the action. The CGI was good. I played that video game that was based on that movie, me and my kids, and we loved it. It was
I just
good. You
didn't
could pick
like
up
all the
tanks and
thing
SWAT
about
people.
he's the Hulk because he was abused when he was a kid, and it's
Yeah,
trauma from that, and then he could grow to giant proportions if he needs to, or he's like as big. I didn't like all that, but uh, the second Hulk movie that was the first, yeah, that was probably Eric Bana. Then they got some guy that seems real dopey that's to play him in all the other movies. I don't remember his
I
name.
hate this guy. Yeah, he's awful.
The current guy.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Werewolf by Lunchtime. I wish that I would make a decent H. Holmes documentary. The book by Eric Larson, not the Savage Dragon guy, is amazing.
Yeah.
Um, Chopper, the true story. That guy was a lunatic.
Yes.
Um, a guy you would not f with, cut off his own ears.
Yes, he
What?
did. That's right.
Really?
Yeah, that's a key part of the movie. He is something else. This guy was something else. Eric Bana is fantastic in the film. It looks like he did that thing where at the beginning of the movie he portrays this guy and he looks like he's 19 or 20 years old, and by the end of the movie he looks like he's 50 and he's put on like 30 or 40 pounds. Really well done. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did it Robert De Niro style, or do they use a CGI to make him fat?
Oh no, it's all real. No, this is not a new movie. This movie's probably 10 years old or something, I think.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
I think I watched it on Amazon, or I did. I watched it on Amazon Prime.
Who was the man? Who was the? It was from a famous family. Who was the kid that was the teenager that was kidnapped in the mid 70s, and they cut off his ear, and sent it to his parents to prove they had him? That I remember hearing that when I was a kid. It was pretty scary. Uh, it was around the time of Patty Hearst, but it was some other kid from a famous family, and I can't remember his name.
I don't know.
Let me see if I can research that.
I should have colored these pieces of paper yellow first, because I want them to be yellow.
Kidnapped 1970s. Oh man. Ear cut off. Oh, John Paul Getty the Third's. His grandfather was reluctant to pay, but after John Paul Getty the Third's severed ear was received by a newspaper, the grandfather negotiated a payment of 2.2 million, and Getty was released 5 months after being kidnapped.
John
And
Paul.
John Paul Getty the Third, and he apparently died in 2011. Who, a grandson of the oil baron. Yeah, 2.2 million. And that was in 19, what year was that? He was 16 and living on his own in Rome. He disappeared July 10th, 1973. 2 days later, his mother, Gail Harris, received a ransom request. No longer married, she said she had little money. Get it from London, she was reportedly told over the phone, a reference either to her former father-in-law, J. Paul Getty, the billionaire founder of the Getty Oil Company, or her former husband who lived in England. The amount demanded was about 17 million, but the police were initially skeptical of the kidnapping claim. Even after Miss Harris received a plaintive letter from her son and a phone call in which a man saying he was a kidnapper offered to send her a severed finger as proof he was still alive. Investigators suspected a possible hoax or an attempt by the young Mr. Getty to squeeze some money from his notoriously penurious relatives.
Interesting.
Dear Mummy, his note began, since Monday I've fallen into the hands of kidnappers. Don't let me be killed. So they were thinking the kid was doing it
At
on it.
16.
The eldest that means he must have had a history of being a bastard. The
Yeah.
eldest Mr. Getty refused to pay the kidnappers anything, declaring that he had 14 grandchildren, and if I pay 1 penny now, I'll have 14 kidnapped grandchildren. His son said he could not afford to pay. 3 months after the abduction, the kidnappers, who turned out to be Calabrian bandits with a possible connection to organized crime, cut off Mr. Getty's ear and mailed it, along with a lock of his hair, to a Roman newspaper.
Holy shit.
Photographs of the maimed Mr. Getty, along with a letter in which he pleaded with his family to pay his captors, subsequently appeared in another newspaper. Eventually, the kidnappers reduced their demands to around 3 million. According to the 1995 book Painfully Rich: The Outrageous Fortune and Misfortunes of the Heirs of J. Paul Getty, Blah blah. The eldest, Mr. Getty, paid 2.2 million, the maximum that his accountants would be tax deductible. That's ridiculous. The boy's father paid the rest, though he had to borrow it from his father at 4% interest. These rich
What?
people are bastards. The teenager, malnourished, bruised, and missing an ear, was released on December 15th. He was found at an abandoned service station, shivering in a driving rainstorm. 9 men eventually were arrested. 2 were convicted and sent to prison. The others, including the man prosecutors said was the head of the Calabrian mafia and the mastermind behind the abduction, were acquitted for lack of evidence.
Whoa.
The aftermath of the ordeal left Mr. Getty as a reckless personality. The year after his release, he married a German photographer whose name had been variously reported as Gisela Zocker and Martina Zocker. They lived for a time in New York, where they consorted with the art crowd of Andy Warhol. Mr. Getty became a drug user and a heavy drinker. His grandfather had died in 1976, and after his overdose, he sued his father for $28,000 a month to pay for his medical needs. It just goes on and on. Man, well, I just remember hearing that story and that being kind of scary when I was like in third
That was a
grade.
great
The
story. I
story
don't
of
remember about it at all. I don't know what I was doing.
it was the
What year did
same
that
time
happen?
as the Patty Hearst stuff, which is another scary story.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I just couldn't remember the name. Uh, so I was thinking, why only $2 million? 2.2 million. It's like that. Uh, that overused joke in Austin Powers. $1 million. But I guess in 1973 money, that's still a lot of money.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
probably 4 or 5 times.
but it's like only give you the amount that I can deduct from my taxes for my grandson. And then
It's a wild story.
and it's like they're all bastards. Even the poor guy that survived it sues for $28,000 a month. What kind of doctors? I've got to pay $28,000 a month. Why? Because you were addicted to drugs? You can hear with the other ear, man. Yeesh. The part that allows you to hear, is that deep inside or is that in the part that extends out? If they cut off your ear, can you still hear from that ear?
Yes.
And they could probably rebuild that part that sticks out is just to gather the sound, right?
Yes, essentially, but they reattached his ears. He
No, I'm talking about uh, the guy that was kidnapped. You're talking about the
I
guy in
don't
the
know.
movie.
I don't know what part of his ear they cut off, but yeah, I mean, your ear isn't what you. It doesn't help you hear. It's on the inside.
Yeah.
There's a little hammer and a little anvil, and that little hammer bangs on that little anvil, and there's like a drum inside there, and it resonates and echoes. That's
Right.
how it was described to me in anatomy and physiology class.
This show's very educational. All 9 of you
But
watch.
but yeah, no, he could still hear. It's just like in Reservoir Dogs. Remember how they did the cops so rough when he was singing that? What is it? Spinner's Wheel. What's the name of that song?
Stuck in the middle.
Stuck in the Middle. Yeah, just like in Stuck in the Middle. It's
Where
purely
by lunchtime.
ear is purely cosmetic. You don't even need them.
Yeah, the gray aliens, they just have little holes, right? Werewolf by lunchtime says, "Where'd you go? Wasn't he going to bed?" He's still around. I still think Jonestown is the craziest story ever. It's almost like the life of Brian. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. LOL. Yeah, well, that was a bunch of commie. That guy was a commie. That
It's so
Jim
deep.
Jones.
That story goes so deep into San Francisco politics, it would blow your mind. Because
Yeah.
Jim Jones worked for Mayor Moscone. He was connected with the San Francisco Police Department. It was it was all lined up. It was a complete setup. It was all by design. He was there on purpose doing all kinds of stuff. They gave him money and power and positioning because
Oh,
he was
really?
able to help them politically by controlling and utilizing different parts of the community politically.
Yeah, I remember in the late '70s recording. There was a really chilling radio special on NPR about Jim Jones, and they played a lot of the recordings because they had a tape recorder going during that whole thing where they were all drinking the Kool-Aid, and Jim Jones was they were encouraging them to hurry, and and it was you hear the sounds of the people in the background. It's horrifying. I remember recording it with my childhood phonograph, and then they later put out albums of for sick people of the whole thing. Um, Not that I listen to NPR that often, but I remember hearing that that was going to be on, and I recorded it. NPR has always been a station that's really bothered me. Even before I knew that it was a political thing, it's just something about the voices that come from that station have always just, uh, I just know that they're stranger danger. They're weird voices. They're not normal people.
I
Can
didn't
I?
know about NPR until I was an adult and I came home on leave from the Army in about 1986, probably 85, 86, right around there. And I come back to California and I'm riding with my sister and my brother-in-law in their car, and that's what's on the radio. And that was and then since from that point moving forward, that's always on the radio in their car. But that was the first time I heard it. And I was listening and something caught my ear and I said, "What is this? What does that stand for? NPR?" And she said National Public Radio. And because I came from Fort Bragg and like I had adopted my whole mindset was now Army, and so it just came out of my mouth. I said, "That sounds like some commie shit." And they both turned and gave me really dirty looks, and I realized, oh, I shouldn't have said that. I fucked that up. And my immediate reaction to hearing that name, National Public Radio, it sounds exactly what they teach us in the Army to avoid. That sounds like SAIDA, subversion and espionage directed against the Army, they call it SAIDA. And you're supposed to watch out for this shit. That's clearly communist propaganda just by the title. And then you could just listen to them for 5 minutes. Even the guys that claim that they want to help you fix your car are commies. It's all commies. If the
Well,
flea market, yeah.
it's just the way they talk. Like they're talking to you like you're a little kid, or they're a librarian. You need to be really quiet here in the library. Or well, coming up on, it's just like NPR. All things considered, they're just so calm and relaxing. And then before the next story, let's have a little bit of flute music. And it's like it's just all
It is
calm
so
and
Palo Alto.
relaxing for you.
It's total Palo Alto. Yep. Horrible.
And people love that shit. And
Mhm.
I'm used to like coming up next here on KLG is another song by. Just like I much prefer the real Don Steele. Someone just hey, Tina Delgado's alive. Just well,
Mhm.
coming up next. I don't know, man. That Garrison Keeler, they brought that guy down, and when they started bringing all
Yeah,
those celebrities down, like remember
they
there
sure
was a
did,
time
didn't
period
they?
right after Trump got elected the first time, they would get one celebrity every single day. They got Charlie Rose. I don't
Hmm.
even know what that was about. It was during that
Look at this guy.
That was right after Rose McGowan came out about something, and then all of a sudden they were whacking people every day with accusations. And they got that guy from
God, that was so awful. That Prairie Home Companion bullshit was so horrible. I also, uh, I worked with this emergency room physician, and she was just full on NPR, PBS and everything, of course, right? Anyway, she's a great lady, really good doctor and everything, really cool. But she listened. She had like those big cassette tape collections of Garrison Keillor, and that's what she listened to in her, BMW during the drive. It was fucking horrible.
oh, well, so we're by
Keillor's
lunchtime.
real. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're by
Keillor's real.
lunchtime. I recommend the book by Jeff Quinn, The Ultimate Page Turner. His Bonnie and Clyde book kept me up 4 hours past bedtime, a bit like you're doing now. Yeah, and then Salvador Payne, Me Too. Yeah, the Me Too movement. That's what I was trying to think of.
Salvador Payan.
The
He's
first.
comment. I recognize that name. I think he's commented on my video before, on a video I
Oh,
made.
cool.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
recognize
I
that
don't
name.
recognize the name, but welcome. Subscribe. That's cool, man. Hello, Salvador. What country is he? I wonder, Salvador, are you from this country or? I have people from Canada, England, and someone from. Where's that guy from? I don't know. I got to get people from other countries because I think I've run out of people in the United States that care about the shit I like. I don't. I don't think there's more than 1,000 people that like what I like here. So, I've run out of them.
I don't. I really didn't try chasing the viewers. You know what I mean? Like it feels like anytime I try and do something that felt like it was successful and try and do it again to see if I can recapture the views and the likes, it doesn't happen. It just has to happen like organically. Like
I
just like
know. It's
yeah,
you know
just
what
like
I
the
need to.
book video I made, I even waited 3 days between. But because sometimes what I do, I won't make a video for a month and then I'll make 3 of them in 3 days, right? Because I don't really
Yeah,
care, even though I know I'm supposed to wait, right? But I don't. So I purposefully waited. I thought, you know what? A couple people said they liked the book videos, so I'll wait a couple, 2, 3 days, and then make another one and see if I get 50 or 80 views on it and 10 likes. And no, I didn't. It wasn't as good as the first one. And so you can't, you don't even, I don't even,
no,
I give
it
up.
was
I'm
just
just
as
trying.
good. It's sometimes it's just how things are. Yeah, I can't figure it out either. Um, but yeah,
What if her eyelids were up here? That would be better. What if this goes like this? I want to make her look more miserable and more. Desiccated? Is that the word?
Werewolf by Lunchtime reminds me he's in Australia. Yeah, I know that. But I'm trying to think I think the other country is India. There's somebody somewhere in India that watches because it shows up sometimes. My goodness gracious. Found this morning. It's a Garbage Pail Kids little sippy cup. I
Oh, that's
started
cool.
putting the cups when I find them over here in the library. I think I'll put this with that. As Bad Breath Seth, Geeky Gary, and Live Mike.
That's really neat. I like that.
Started. I've got the new Captain Midnight. I've got Davy Crockett. What was his name? The strawberry funny face guy. Woody Woodpecker. I've got Josie and the Pussycats. Albert Alligator. Raid and Captain Kangaroo.
Oh
Man,
man, you
run
have a
out of
great
room.
collection.
I'll put this on top of the Raid.
I really like those cups that I guess it was like Procter and Gamble or something. The ones that you just showed, they had Pogo, and then they also had some like Josie and the Pussycats. They came cello wrapped to the outside of like sheer detergent or something. They were like
Uh-huh.
wrapped around the outside of the detergent bottle. I really like the quality. Like I have a couple of those. I have the Pogo ones, like maybe two or three of them. I really like the quality of the plastic. Like it's some sort of plastic. It's not, they can't make the same mix anymore. You know what I mean? It's the the EPA or something prevents them from making plastic like that, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a really cool feel to it. It's real heavy and solid and dense, super dense.
This is the Adam Link robot. I knew I had an Adam Link book, and I found it this morning. And it's by Yondo Binder, and that's Otto. I'm sorry, Bender. But Otto, I forget what the name. His brother. He wrote these with his brother, and I forget what his brother's first name was, but it was, let's say it's Earl. Earl and Otto Binder. So it's E and O E and O Binder Binder. So there is no one named Eando. It's the two brothers E and O working together. And of course, Otto Binder later is the guy that wrote a lot of most of the Captain Marvel stories and created Supergirl and Crypto and a lot of the Brainiac, a lot of the Silver Age stuff we know that's being used in the new Superman movie. And Adam Link started in pulps in Amazing Stories in the late 30s and then was adapted into stories for the EC science fiction comics by Otto Bender, and then later also by Otto Bender for the I don't know, I think Creepy magazine in the '60s or more. And so he's a character that's been around, but it was always hard for me to figure out where did this character start. And I looked it up and figured out the history of it all. As far as radio talk show in the late '80s, there was it would have been on Christian radio stations. There was a guy named Bob Larson that had an interesting show called, I think it was called Talk Back with Bob Larson, and it was usually on about 3 or 4 every afternoon, and he would talk about how most of what's in popular culture was evil. That was during the Satanic Panic. They call the Satanic Panic thing. I remember he did an episode on the 1989 Batman movie, several of them. He thought that was evil, but mainly he concentrated on the, guys like King Diamond was his arch enemy. He was always talking about King Diamond. I think he had a thing with the Anton LaVey's daughter, Xena, and her boyfriend, husband, Nick Schreck. I think they would come on his show and debate him. And he would do exorcisms live on the air. He was fun to listen to. And his problem, I think, as I recall, with the 1989 Tim Burton Batman movie was what was it? The darkness, the tone. I think he really had problems because with there's a scene with Vicky Vale kind of uh, acting like she's about to go down on the Joker, which should not have been in that movie. At the end, she's up on some tower and she kind of slides down, and then Jack Nicholson's making some faces. That was not appropriate for a Batman movie. I don't think. I agree with them on that. Usually, Bob Larson was kind of a nut. Well, kind of very much a nut, but it is true. A lot of that stuff. Why is the camera only on me? Oh, because I was going to show that book. I should be working on my. What am I thinking? I should be. He commissioned me to do a damn painting probably 2 months ago, and I've got the canvas right there. I'm supposed to be doing General Ursus. I'm gonna work on that tomorrow, man. I'm gonna get that done. Ursus. I just sometimes I gotta wait till I'm inspired.
Right. That's it.
But that's not that if someone's commissioned you, you don't wait till you're inspired. It's kind of more laziness. It seems like you're supposed to start. Uh, let's see. And General Aldo was Battle for the Planet of the Apes. Those are the two main generals. But then in the Planet of the Apes TV series, the general's name was what? That was a general played by, what's his name, Mark Leonard,
Yeah, I can't remember the name
his
of the
father.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he might have, some of the names were recycled in the TV series. Because they had a Dr. Zaius in the TV show, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that.
I'm using a very stiff brush on this, and I like to use this real. It's got a real sharp edge, and it's very, very stiff. And so, because of that, it's really forgiving. If so, it's I'm controlling the paint in little, with detail, but with this shitty brush,
Yeah.
purposefully.
So
And
you've decided that's going to be the final product? Is that what I
yes,
understood? Okay.
yes, yeah. It began as as a just a design, a concept drawing, but I like the concept drawing so much, and I didn't want to repaint exactly what I just made onto the wood when I really actually like this image a lot, it turns out. And so I think that it's a cool piece. So what I'm doing is, I glued it with some acrylic fixative to the wood. And then once I get done with the image, I'll do something to the edges and burn it. So then you've got this fire going on, and then the edges will be kind of charred, I think is how I'm going to do it.
Kevin's saying, I need that cup. He must be referring to the garbage buckets. Is that a rare thing, Kevin? Uh, Werewolf by Lunchtime says, I'm on 39%. Should be okay for a while. No work tomorrow. Today now. Yeah. 6:17 a.m. I'm gonna try to get up real early in the morning and do a stream where unless I oversleep, and do a stream where because I was born at 4:20 on 4:20, I was try to be awake and streaming at that time. But that would be insanely early for some people. Some artists, Werewolf saying, some artists I think are too good and it bores me, like Ellis Ross and Brian Boland. Well, okay, I see what you're saying. I prefer imperfections. Well, that, I know what you're saying as far as that's certainly the way it is musically for me. I, I like when there's, is it in Beach Boys Windy where you can hear someone coughing?
Yeah, I mean,
And I'm pretty sure they just didn't cut it out. And, um, yeah, or it just, yeah, things that are too perfect. People say, oh, this person's such I don't want to hear. That's why I don't know. I don't know, man. People that are guitar virtuosos. I'd rather listen to almost, rather listen to someone that can only play a few chords. Um, um, uh, Urko, that's right. Urko was
yeah,
a
it is.
TV
Thank
show.
you. Thank you.
There was. So it was Ursus, Aldo, and Urko. Man, my fourth grade self is ashamed of me right now for forgetting that. So if Ursus is Patton, let's see. Ursus lived after Aldo. Aldo is probably How far in the future from Taylor's time was the Planet of the Apes? Was it 2,000 years? I think so. So if Ursus is patent, you got to think of a general that's 2,000 years in the past before. And then as Aldo is right after the apes take over, and then if you follow the convoluted the TV show, you have to kind of fit into everything. It doesn't really make sense. Um, let's see. My wife said she'd rather eat around six. Did she say 6 or 6:30? Is that what she said? It's now 5:30, so half an hour or an hour. How long has he been going here? 4 hours and 20 minutes. David Wilcock's been going. Actually, so I'm really happy to see my friend out there on the lines. No, nothing at all gay happened. We were hanging out. And then I've got to figure out. I got to record. I got to figure out what stage the Misfits are on at Coachella. So post number 210. Check my last post. So that one's kind of a throwaway, but whatever. So then Tulsi, wow, this was huge. She released 10,000. Tulsi Gabbard released 10,000 RFK documents, huh? Yesterday, apparently. That was there was some there that was all of these are suspicious. Every one of them. Martin Luther King, Robert Kennedy, obviously JFK. They're all going to point back right to the same people. Then we got Post 245, which is another new one. Insane, and here they're talking about BO, not anybody around. He's evil and he is a real loser. No special treatment. So apparently these documents are going to reflect on that whole evil background. Shopping around for a new handler and new protection is fun to watch on our satellite spy communications. We are all morons. So interesting. We finally got a new one. Oh, I'll show you guys some. Let me see some. We don't really think this is true. But, he's calling on Russia to return all of them by Easter, making it clear that until they're brought home, the war will end. According to him, hundreds of thousands have been taken and are being held. His blue shirt reads, thousands have been stolen. Is that not the pot calling the kettle black? Do you understand what's really going on? This is what Metamorpho is going to look like in the new Superman movie.
Oh wow, doesn't look terrible.
He looks a little built, kind of like a gorilla or something, like he's a pro wrestler.
He looks like an action figure. He looks like a guy in a rubber suit. That's what he looks like.
Yeah. Have they ever? I'm sure they've made an action figure of Metamorpho.
Yeah, I have one.
This is a close up of the back of the postcard that John Gora sent. If you look down by his hand holding the stick of dynamite, you see part of the postage due stamp. See where it says POS.
Oh,
And this is the front of the postcard. And there's little bits like he cut out some silver that you can't tell it where the handle of the sword is. That's like some silver thing he glued on that
yeah.
shines.
Isn't that amazing? How cool is that?
He's
I
really,
guess is it called? I'm thinking it's called applique. Is that what would you call that process of gluing paper onto another piece of paper?
I don't know, but it's that's something. That's almost like yeah, I don't know. He told me he was on me, and then he just kind of gave up. It's like, send me some stamps, and I'll send you tons of postcards. I don't know what's wrong with me. Why am I not doing that, man? Just like insanity. Someone of that much talent, so I'll send you free art. Just get me some stamps. It's like, oh, I have to get off my ass and go to the post office. Man, those cats don't come down anymore. I guess they're staying up there with her. I hope they're not mad at me for taking, because I had to catch the. I mean, the white cat is catchable now. I couldn't catch uh, her. I have to think about their sexes. I couldn't catch her the other week when I took them in, so I just took in the boy cat. But I, I you can at least pick her up. She scratched the heck out of the palm of my hand, and then Cleo had to help me catch. She said, "Get the tuna fish from downstairs." And we were able to get her into the cage. Yeah, I just don't know. It just seems like there were so many great movies right at the beginning of the 80s, and so much great music right at the beginning of the 80s. And the comics were still okay, and then it just all nosedived. And it was a little bit gradual, but by the middle of the 80s, it was very noticeable. And I almost blame it just on breakdancing, such a hideous, horrible, ugly thing that just everything about it, from the graffiti to the putting cardboard down on pavement and spinning around, it's just such a disgusting thing. And everything just got bad. Oh, he's about to end his show. David Wilcock, he's doing the meditation part. So that's always at the very end. Um, Library 88 says, looking awesome there, Meyer. P.S. I'm excited for Metamorpho. I think the Superman and FF movie are going to be great.
Thanks, bud.
And And excited, that is, I did it not say excited? Oh, I read it as excited. I It said exited. That's all right. I knew it meant excited. That's spell correct. Does that all the time. So what's good on YouTube these days? I'm trying to remember what else I've been watching. Uh, Trying to remember, man. Night Tiger did a stream the other day, showing comics. It's kind of in the middle of the daytime.
Hmm.
'Cause I was talking to Kevin. I called him up. He said your package is gonna be a little late. And I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "Night Tiger was just talking about you on his show and said he ran out of tape, so he couldn't mail it." I guess that was Monday. Yeah, but he mailed it this morning. He sent me the tracking number. I gotta make an order from Kevin. I want to get, because there's the new Fantastic Four reprint and the new Brave and the Bold 60. Everything new that I'm talking about is from the early 1960s. But and there should be a Castle of Frankenstein out soon. People that subscribe to it have gotten it, and they're talking about it on some EC comic book group on Facebook, because the new Castle of Frankenstein has all the EC horror hosts on the cover, and I like the revival, this current revival of Castle of Frankenstein.
Yeah, I like it too.
And the a lot of these things, I think that these magazines exist mainly for Barnes and Noble. I don't think many comic stores carry them. I think the ones that do, like Kevin, just get copies for people that have asked for it. But I think a lot of magazines only exist for Barnes and Noble. If Barnes and Noble went out of business, there'd probably be no more magazines in the United States. But when you go to Barnes and Nobles, you still think it's 40 years ago, and there's all these magazines that are made. Just like supermarket, sure looks like maybe one or two magazines are made today. But there's a lot of monster oriented. I mean, there, you go to Barnes and Noble. I've seen pictures. I haven't been to Barnes and Noble in years, but you'd see there's the Vampirella clone, Vampiris Carmilla, and then you got the creepy one that's called Shudder, and you got Monster Bash, you got Castle of Frankenstein, you got various other magazines. I don't know if Rue Morgue is still made today, but it's just like there's more monster magazines coming out now than in the height of their popularity, pretty much. Oh, Cleo says, "You want me to give your order, or should we go eat there when I get off at 8?" Uh, let's just she sent me a text message. Um, just get me a cheeseburger and fries. and I'll go get it. Okay, can you hear me? I don't know if she's watching or not. She sent me a text. Maybe I should go type it in the text messages. Uh, um, order cheese burger and fries, and I'll get it now. Hungry. Where do I go, man? What are people talking about here? We're up by lunchtime. Bad movie Bible is brilliant. It's in the title. I binge watched everything he has done over 2 days. Bad movie Bible. I'll have to go look that up.
I've
I've
never heard
never
of it.
heard of that. Hybrid 8 says, "Oh, that Night Tiger package should be a damn good unboxing." Yeah. Um, up. Hybrid 8. They should be doing a facsimile of FF5 soon, or I guess, or did they already do it? Um, I don't. I don't remember. The one I think last week. I think they did four. Three is the one where they first wear their costumes, right? I think the last one I got was three. So four is out. Four is waiting for me in Mesa, Arizona. So five will come out in about a month. They're supposed to be doing the first 12 issues, from what I understand. First year of Fantastic Four. If it was a monthly comic, I'm not sure. Uh, what text are you collaging on there, Meyer? Says Library 88.
Says cremation carry.
Is that
One of
hand
them.
lettered or did you print it on a computer? I can't see.
No, it's hand lettered. I just drew it. And this guy's name is Bohemian Grover. They fit
Yeah,
together, and he just set her on fire.
man. Oh, it's going to be ready in 15 minutes. Well,
Yeah, it's almost done. I think I just need to just add some more of that acrylic
that's
glue.
perfect timing. So when it's done, are you going to put it up
What's that?
on Instagram? How can people see the finished product?
Yeah, I'll put it up on Instagram, and then I'll send it to Kevin. This is for Kevin. He's a Garbage Pail Kid collector.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll finish it off. I think I'm just about done. I don't want to overdo anything. I think it's okay. And just seal it and trim it up, and then I'm going to burn the edges.
Um, yeah. Boy.
I like the look on the face of Bohemian Grover. How he looks like he does this every summer, right? He's always here. He comes every summer, and he's a part of the cremation of care ceremony. And he's 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 just right there.
Yeah.
He said, what does he say? He's begone dull care, right? Every year they save up their care, and then they come and they burn it at the Grove for some
Yeah.
reason. Weaving spiders not here. I think is what. I should have. I thought about working that in, but it like there's that gate that says weaving spiders come not here, but it won't. It can't all fit onto. I couldn't even put Moloch on here. I was gonna put, the owl behind him, but I couldn't. So instead, I put an owl on his robe. See that on the front of his robe? He's got the owl.
Yeah. Gotta get up here.
Kind of looks like if Maurice Sendak had done a Garbage Pail Kid. Doesn't really look like a Garbage Pail Kid. It's my best.
Yeah, I've never tried doing a Garbage Pail Kid. Maybe we should all try doing it.
Oh, you did. I thought you did that one cover for Kevin, but
Oh,
it was
I
a
guess I
Madball.
have.
Yeah,
What
or
am
it
I
was like a
talking about?
Madball. Yeah, Madball Garbage Pail Kid.
I would have gone and into the show and be certain that I was correct in my proclamation. Yeah, I did a Garbage Pail Kids cover and a close up of a Garbage Pail Kid's head. Completely forgot about that.
Excuse me. You should do what I just did. You should paint that gorilla on stream. It makes it goes
Yeah,
by really quick and easy if you get into that artistic zone. You know how I mean? And if you're sitting and talking with friends,
yeah.
you'd be
I
surprised
I
how
should. You
you can
suggested that.
create
I
quickly.
I was trying to do it with that Batman one, but I was planning on it. But how do you have the camera mounted where you can do this? You got it
Well,
on a
I have a
tripod?
tripod. I have. Let me show you. Oh, I got to plug this back in too. So I have. I've been using this tripod for about 4 years. This is the one I tried to. I even might have. I came close to sending you one of these at one point. So it's just a cheap $20 tripod from Amazon. Let me show you what it looks like. It's just on the floor like that, and then it telescopes up to I think 7 feet. It goes really high. So
Oh, cool.
I use this for all of my videos, for everything.
I have to put my camera on a ladder,
See,
a
look.
rung
You
of a
see this
ladder
one
to do
right
my
here?
videos where I do karaoke.
All
Man,
right.
that's a
So
great thing.
fully extended. This goes all the way up, and I think it's 6 feet. So it comes all the way up, and then if you look right here, the camera mounts right here. I can flatten it out. I have it at an angle because I had it pointed down at the table where I was drawing.
Man,
Then
I
I
could
come
change the whole character of this network if I had alien technology like that, man. I gotta send me a link to
from
whatever
Amazon.
that is, man. I gotta
Yeah, you
that's
need to get it.
send me a link. I want to. Yeah, that looks great. Damn.
And you can even, this is, I carry it around the house, and so then I can hold it up. Look, we can look up here.
Yeah.
We can go over and look at the Trump flag. I'll send you a link. I'll find it. I have to look at go all the way back to my past purchases. But no, I think it's in there somewhere. I'll find it. I'll search. I got to plug in.
I
Am I
probably
frozen? Or
vamoose here in a second, but
yeah.
if Cleo and I, Kate, tonight, I might come back on for a show later on with her. I don't know, maybe not. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Once everyone's done with all their Easter festivities in the evening, maybe I'll do a birthday show tomorrow. But I'm going to do something in the morning too, where uh, it's real early in the morning when no one's going to be awake. But I don't know why exactly. I'm just mental insanity. Let me see what these people are saying here. Um, what is all this? I'll just read it. Uh, Werewolf by lunchtime says, going to bed now. Take care and enjoy your burger. Library 8, I prefer weaving spiders to sociopaths. And then he says Sindak would have done a beautiful Bohemian Grove book. And oh yeah, you would do an awesome Garbage Pail Kid Grottu. And then Library 8 Night Tiger got an overhead phone cam holder for filming read-throughs of comics on your desk. Yeah, I saw that. So, but I still think it's better to have people in the picture. Someone was telling Night Tiger in the comments, "You finally figured it out. You just showed the comic." But no, I think videos are better when you see the person and the enjoy, the happiness on their face and everything, holding the comic than just showing the comic. But I need more video equipment for my stuff too, says Archivist Adrift. I have a tripod, but I feel I need something different. Library 8 says, hey, Archivist Adrift, me too. I have yet to even make a video on YT yet. One day. YT means YouTube. Gotham City Comics. What am I supposed to do with all this stuff from Mike? Did you get it? Hey, Library, just throw something out there once you start it gets these. Okay, maybe we need to keep the stream going here. Well, I'll call you Kevin here in a second. All right. Meyer, all right, take care. Bye. See you
Bye, guys.
guys, ladies and gentlemen.